Iran is presently the hero of the vast majority of people in the world.
Oh, rubbish.
And it's
Absolute
the fact
rubbish.
that you can't see
What a
that.
load of absolute
Piers,
nonsense.
take your eyes off the posterior
Absolute
of the
nonsense.
tiny part of the
Nonsense.
world, which is the Western world.
You think that
Africa
currently
is with
most
Iran.
of the world, you think the rest of the
Latin
world is...
America is with Iran.
You think the rest of the world
China is with Iran.
Yeah, who?
Russia is with Iran.
Russia,
All
China.
the Arabs are with Iran.
Russia, China,
Take
any
your
other...
nose out of the
North Korea?
of the tiny number of people that you think are the world. They're not the world. The world is 8 billion people.
Right.
You're speaking for the little clique that leads a tiny fraction of fewer than 1 billion of the people of the world.
So just to be clear,
you
just to be clear,
cannot see
as I
beyond the
suggested,
end of your nose.
As I suggested, then you want to put up as a defence for Iran that they're supported by China, Russia. Did you mention North Korea?
That's a lot of people, isn't it?
Oh yeah, but are they the kind of people, in terms of their own regimes, that we should be taking as good supporters of these benevolent people
You're
in
living
Tehran?
under Keir Starmer's regime, for God's sake. You're going to blame the British for Keir Starmer? The French are living under little Macron. When did you get the right to decide that 7/8 of the world's population cannot be considered valid because you, Piers Morgan, don't like their regime?
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta JARDULA and Jay Scott. Episode 179, Endless War Crimes. And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we go. All right, everybody. We're rocking and rolling today on this Tuesday. Welcome, everybody, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the non-tribal approach to news network. We're here with you guys all afternoon. We are going to be giving you guys a non-tribal approach to news. Not just that, but a non-tribal mindset that we can take with us beyond just our little news show here. But we welcome everybody from all walks of life, wherever you feel that you've been abandoned from, or you feel that you are no longer meshing with your tribe, and you're ready to start thinking for yourself, using your critical thinking skills. Once again, we all have them, guys. We've had them this whole time, but they wanted us to forget about them. You have to keep them conditioned. You know, it's like gym time, guys. You can't just work out once and that's enough. No, you have to keep working out. But it's kind of like during COVID when they told us don't go to the gym, stay home, stay inside. It's dangerous. No, it's not dangerous to use our own minds. It's not dangerous to interact. It's not dangerous to have conversations. It's also not dangerous to disagree. And what do we do when we disagree? We try for what? To win? No, this isn't about winning and losing. This is the opposite. What is the other option besides winning and losing? How about going for understanding? How about that? How about we understand where people are coming from and try to think together and figure out what we actually have in common? Because guess what? There's more of us than them. And who's them? Who are we talking about? We're talking about the few powerful people that control the planet. Not a conspiracy theory anymore, guys. It all checks out. Go check out the Epstein files if you missed them. I know it's a lot. It's very overwhelming. It's very overwhelming. We're here to let you guys know you're not alone. You can feel part of what we're doing here. We're not a tribe. We're community. It's different. We're also family. Well, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. I thought family was a tribe. No, it's not. Tribal is a outdated concept. We're done with that. What does that mean? Okay, so tribal means that you check in with your team before you know what to think about a thing. You check in with your team to see what is the thing to get behind. It's not based on any morals. It's not based on principle. It's not based on consistency. It's based on winning and losing, the other team losing, you winning. If you ask any questions, they tell you to shut up, get in line. These are how cults work. You guys know. You listen to me. I'm the Almighty. That's it. End of discussion. If you ask a question, you're hurting us. You're hurting the whole purpose of the tribe, and you're helping the other team. We're not for that. What community is about, what family is about, is holding each other accountable, being open for discussion, open for debate, open for discourse, and going for what's right and wrong, not winning and losing. We want to help out people that are off on the wrong track. We're not competing for a gold medal. This is not a Super Bowl. This is not a competition. This is not what politics is supposed to be. This isn't red versus blue. We're coming down to the championship every 4 years. We ain't playing that game anymore. It's not about that at all. We're ready to step up and say the entire system is corrupt. The entire system needs to go. And we're not going to be voting for lesser of two evils. We're done with that shit. So let's get in gear here, guys. Let's make sure all of our stuff is going on here. We had a little tech thing. I think we worked it out. I don't know if we're all good on Rumble right now. I think YouTube are doing okay. We did manage to put the Facebook stream together last minute. It's difficult because they're not letting us stream directly from our page, so we do it kind of from my page. But I'll show you guys what we're on right now in case if wherever you're stumbling on, we welcome you guys. Well, by the way, welcome you guys with open arms wherever you're homeless from. Let's be homeless together. We are homeless from the left. That's where we began. Here we are. You could be from anywhere else, upside down, inside out, left, right. It doesn't matter. None of that matters anymore. All that matters is that we're ready to move forward and start punching up instead of punching down. You guys know the drill. Okay, so this is the Rumble channel. I just want to make sure we are all good there. I think so. I think we're looking okay. Good. Little slow engagement getting going, guys. Just help us out with this censorship surveillance state. Sometimes it takes a while to get going, but it's you guys help it happen. I'm not kidding. We're not just saying that. When you guys do the share outs, when you guys comment, let us know you're there. We also engage with you later in the show. Anyways, we do a talking back with you, so you get to participate in what we're doing. This is not just edutainment; it's actually participatory. So it's the activism meets the let's investigate. Right? You do both. So we are punching up the anti-establishment news. That's what we are. We're anti-establishment independent news, punching up, finding the problem, discussing it, debating it, whatever we got to do. And we're coming up with action. And that's where you guys come in. Action, engagement, protest, disruption, whatever it looks like. We're organizing, right? So we're doing both. And that's why we merge here in this middle spot. So that's how it works. So there we are on YouTube. This is the YouTube channel. You guys know our first one got taken down. They don't like conversations over there on Google, YouTube, whoever these surveillance state a-holes are. For some reason, they're letting this channel slide. I don't know why, but they're letting it go. So good. Let's take advantage until we can't, until they send us the notice and it says your conversations have been too dangerous. The community, we need to protect them from conversation. So you're done. And what does that mean? That means we have to start a third channel, and we'll just come up with a new name when that happens. But until then, guys, it's actually going pretty well right now. We're actually very, very shocked. It's on X and Facebook. I think we were able to get the homeless left up on X as well. So we have a double stream going there. Here's the support page. If you guys ever get a chance, go over to the locals, check that out. That's another way you guys can show support. With that said, let's do this right now. I just want to do one more check and let you guys know. Well, so you know, the show today, this is where we basically are calling out all of these illegal wars. We've been calling it out the whole time. It didn't just start now with Iran, okay? Just so you guys know, it didn't start with Iran. We've been doing illegal wars, endless wars, regime change wars, Greater Israel Project wars. We've been doing it the whole time. So let's call it out. Endless war crimes. How about that? Endless war crimes, because we're living through it every single day. That's what this show's about. We're going to be bringing on two co-hosts today, back to back. We got Craig Pasta JARDULA coming in here shortly, and then we got Jay Scott coming in later. Lots of stuff to get into today. Really excited here. Let me do this here. Okay, I think we're all good now. We're all good. Great. All right. Well, it's top of the week. There we go. I think we're ready. Top of the week, guys. You know we like to start off with a little real fake news update. Actually, let me do one more adjustment on our tech here. I think if we did this little arrangement, we could fix the lighting. Okay. Now we need to get a little clear on the picture. I think we got the picture now. Okay. That should be good. All right, guys, let's get into the first. Oh, shoot. Look at this. Let's get the party started right now. I'm glad I took a look at this before we started the segment. I just want to say shout out here to Blake. Love you, man. This is great. Love it. Thank you so much for the super chat. What a way to start it off. That's giving us a nice little positive bump. We love the positive bumps to start the show. So absolutely, let's get this party started off right. Here we go, guys. It's time for a real fake news update. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We're going to look at the not one, not two, but NoKings Part 3. That's right. They've made a real franchise about it at this point, and we knew this was coming. They actually had this date scheduled way in advance. They've planned this out, just like a Toy Story franchise, Disney franchise, whatever you want to franchise call it, Harry Potter, anything you want to call it. It's a money-making scheme. But more than that, what NoKings is a division scheme. And we have to look close to figure that out because you're not going to find it on the real news, what we call real fake news. Let's start with Democracy Now! Nice little article here from Amy Goodman and the gang. NoKings protest draws 8 million people for largest single day of protest in U.S. history. Wow. I'm glad to be alive now, not during the MLK March of Washington days. This seems way cooler than that. Way cooler because you got 8 million people taken to the streets, 50 states, and a dozen countries around the world on Saturday. Wow, this was amazing. If you guys missed it, you missed out on our Woodstock, guys. You missed out. The organizers say it was the largest single protest in U.S. history. The Minnesota one, now we can imagine why Minnesota people showed up. Absolutely. They 100% have been fighting against ICE and fighting on behalf of the murdered U.S. citizens. And I'm not making fun of that in any way, shape, or form. What we're talking about is how the establishment and particularly the billionaire class, and more particularly the Zionist class, capitalize on our emotions. They do a very good job of doing that on the left. So this is not an attack against people who showed up. I just want to be clear. A lot of people showed up with good hearts, good minds, good intention. But what we're here to do is to tell you a little bit more what's going on just under that outside layer. Let's start with the little montage, a feel-good montage. A lot of this footage is from the previous two, but that's what you do in franchises. You put out little clips, little excerpts, feel-goods, little memory pieces to make you go, "Ooh, I can't wait to get my ticket for the next Blue Animal movie that Cameron's working on." So yeah, it feels good to see something like this, huh? I'm going to take that music off because I don't want a copyright strike on YouTube. It's not really a strike. It's just more of a somebody wants to make money off of your feeds, off of your live show. So whatever, that's fine. So we won't do the volume, but you guys see. Yeah, this guy has franchise written all over it. Okay. Yay. I want to be part of that or I don't. So it's actually very divisive. It looks inclusive. It's actually divisive. Half the country's like, yay, I'm excited. I feel joy. I feel hope and change. The other half is what? They're pissed off. They think these people are annoying. They think that they're anti-American, but that's the effing point. Keep us divided, not united. Let's see how MSNBC, MSN Now, later, whatever the hell they changed their name to, is covering this event. This is actually a slap in the face to anybody who's experienced an actual protest that's ground up. This is a big giveaway that this has nothing to do with ground up. This is all top-down organizing. And we'll let them tell you themselves. This is Jane Fonda and Joy-Ann Reid telling us how this could be a good opportunity to get involved if you really are feeling like punching up.
Just come to NoKings, bring 5 friends, bring people who haven't gone to protests before. NoKings is like a first step. You know, it's like reaching out a hand and saying, come on, there's a room for everybody's here. You'll have fun. You'll meet new people.
Yes. And you can protest and look cute while doing it. Listen, get out there and NoKings it. Arrive with 5.
Did she just say look cute while doing it? What the F are you talking about? You want to try this back at the March in Washington with MLK? How do you think he would have looked cute? What the F are you talking about? Holy shit, I can't believe they posted this.
Don't go anywhere alone in these autocratic streets. Arrive with 5 NoKings, because guess what? We are the United States of America, and we don't do kings.
We don't do kings. We do red carpets. So arrive early, and you can get on the red carpet and get your little shot for Getty Images, and then pay your $25 to get it afterwards. But you'll look good. You can show off to your friends. Bring your 5 friends. Show them you have an entourage. That's good. It always looks good on a red carpet to have an entourage with you when you get your little red carpet picture. So remember, arrive early, 5 friends, look cute, look presentable, and then you can show off and brag about it the rest of your life that you were part of something important. Again, this is something MLK would probably go, Joy-Ann Reid, you're doing me proud. You are doing me proud. Well, this is unfortunately what happens when people listen to that garbage. And I'm going to put this up. I know a lot of you guys are going to cringe. I'm not mad at this dude. I'm just going to show you the results of this type of propaganda of taking advantage of people who have a lot of emotion and a lot of anger and a lot of fear right now. And they're confused and they end up doing things like this.
Hello, it's the Master. The reason I have red lipstick on is because I'm at the demonstration in Traverse City. There are thousands of us. And red lipstick, I was informed last night by my friend Jen, was a form of resistance when Hitler was trying to take over the world. He didn't like women wearing red lipstick. So I've decided red lipstick. Everybody put on red lipstick to show resistance against you know who.
It's so interesting. He said he's making a Hitler. Actually, it's obvious he's making the Hitler analogy because that's what was programmed into people for years since the Russiagate hoax begun in 2015, 2016. It's this idea that we have to stop him from taking over the world. It's just an idea. It's not real. If you look closer, you'll notice that actually Trump. I would say Trump's behavior is probably a little bit more insane than, well, I guess Hitler got a little insane when he got addicted to the he got addicted to the methamphetamines, and he got very paranoid and started doing crazy shit. But this whole idea that like it's very cut and dry. Put on lipstick, you're doing something. No, you're not. You're not doing anything except putting lipstick. What is that expression, guys? You guys know the expression. You put lipstick on a pig. It still smells like shit or whatever. I'm combining two things, but I mean, this guy put this out there like it was some sort of accomplishment, but this is not, again, this is not how protests work. This isn't, you're not doing anything. You're just playing into the thing that they want you to do. And they're laughing from the top down. That's what they're doing. One guy tried to interrupt an MSNBC live stream at a protest. This was kind of interesting.
The American people do not support the war in Iran. An overwhelming majority of the American people do not support Israel. This guy doesn't support me doing an interview.
Okay.
Hey, protests are full of surprises, but here's the bottom line.
Protesters are full of surprises, like actually talking about Israel, which we're not allowed to do because we're tied at the hip. Here's the exact thing from the protesters' point of view on the street of what actually happened.
An overwhelming majority of the American people
defund Israel! Defund Israel!
Doesn't support me doing
Bibi
interviews.
Netanyahu is a war criminal! Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal!
Here's the bottom line.
That is assault. He's live on the news. We all should be doing this. He's live on MSNBC. He's live on MSNBC. Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal. Cut away! Cut away! Cut away! Keep cutting away! The liberal media protecting the Zionists!
It's good he points that out. It's so it's all the media, right? This is this idea that the liberal media is coming after Trump and this entire warmongering, psychopathic, war criminal regime. They're not, and he's pointing that out. Now, is this the way? Of course, they're going to cut away because that's not, it's a disruption. It's kind of cool, but it's not I mean, there's other ways. If you can find a way to get on and get interviewed, we've talked about that. If you can actually get on and have an interview, you can reveal a whole lot. That's what that can be about. Well, let's go check one of the other networks. How is CNN covering this? I know. Talk to the organizers themselves. They'll straighten some stuff out for you guys. You got to know who's actually organizing this. Stop it with all your conspiracy theorists about Israel this and billionaire class that. Talk to the organizers, because this has to be a ground up movement, right? People getting together, like, come on, guys. They were in there kind of hanging out in their basements, figuring this out, fingers in the dirt. We're going to take down the man. Let's hear what they have to say.
Play for you something that Republican Senator Ted Cruz said around the time of the second No Kings Day. This was in October.
These protests, they were not organic. They were paid for. They were bought and paid for. You and I talked about before how George Soros, there's real evidence that George Soros is paying for it. I talked about on my podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. I laid out the receipts, how Soros's foundation has given over $3 million to Indivisible, one of the key organizers of these protests. I think in many ways they're AstroTurf.
What do you say to that? Your group, AstroTurf, these are not organic protests.
Look, I think there's a long history of anti-Semitic tropes suggesting that shadowy Jewish billionaires are behind genuine movements in this.
What? Did she just say? Did she just insinuate Ted Cruz was being anti-Semitic for calling out billionaires? What the F? I'm sure she's going to get pushback. Well, spoiler alert, she won't. What the hell is she talking about? Anti-Semitic to do this? We're going to blame one billionaire, which is what Trump's side does. They like to blame George Soros, and they don't mention anyone else. That's their little go-to, their little fall guy for who's funding the Democrats, right? But of course, it's anti-Semitic for Zionist Ted Cruz to point that out. What does she care? Why is she doing this? And by the way, this is the actual owner of both of these companies. Let's take a closer look, because you guys probably don't know. Some of you don't know that this is a power couple, Jewish power couple, who began leading a resistance against Trump back in 2016. Started pulling all of their billionaire friends' money, threw it all together into all these groups, and the one that went above all the rest was Indivisible. And so when you look up, this is Leah Greenberg. That's who was just calling Ted Cruz a anti-Semite, which is hilarious, right? But Greenberg, she starts the organization. It's a nonprofit organization, Indivisible. Indivisible is the organization behind all the No Kings, along with some other billionaires like the Walmart heiress and a bunch of others. So why would a Zionist, and she is, why would her and her husband, Ezra Levin, why would they be doing an anti-Trump investment if they are 100% Zionist in Israel? Well, we've been learning about that, right? This is about investing in both sides, play both sides against each other. You win all the time. You can't lose if you invest in both sides. That's the game. It's being applied right here. There's Indivisible, upcoming events. Boom! March 28th. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. There you go. That is what it's about. What else is Indivisible about? It's about making Trump into a king so you can focus your anger on this guy that wants to wear a crown. That's the whole thing. They're not anti-war. They're not anti-anything different than other than stop Trump. That's it. They have to go, if you go to their website, they had to add this. This wasn't there before, because before No Kings 3, you didn't have to put anything about war. In fact, they have NATO backing. So the first two No Kings was all about NATO, NATO, NATO. You literally had Slava Ukraine marketing gear there at all of them. We saw it. And they were actually people taking donations for you to send more money to that proxy war so it could go into Lindsey Graham's pocket. So you understand that's where this funding is coming from. So they had to add this. Now I highlighted this. So look at this. They're pretending to go after this mass secret police. They're not, by the way. It just makes you think they are, okay, who are terrorizing our communities. That was already there. That was a big part of No Kings 2 back in October. They had to add this one, an illegal catastrophic war. So pay attention to the wording. It puts us in danger and it drives up our costs. Are they against the principle of war? Are they against the principle of American imperialism, Greater Israel Project? No. They're just making it look like Trump's doing it wrong. He did it illegally, and it became catastrophic because he did it without much thought. Just did it. And guess what? Costs have been affected. They didn't have the same concern with Ukraine because they just printed money for that. Now we have our oil is actually affected. So therefore you can't undo that. This is an economic disaster. So that's why that's on there. But this is not an anti-war rally any way, shape, or form. Nothing gets to the people that showed up. And I just want to be clear. This was on the calendar well before Trump invaded. It bombed the shit out of that girls' school and murdered all those Iranian schoolgirls. This event was already on the calendar. So this is not, I just want to be clear, this is not an anti-war event. Okay. So what else is important here? Let's just look over at Fox real quick, because I think that this is important too, because Fox likes to take their stand. And again, the same people own all the networks, just to be absolutely clear. This is their opportunity to play to their base and mock the people showing up who don't know what's going on. Why don't they know what's going on? Because they are tuning into Rachel Maddow and Anderson Cooper to tell them only the little key highlights they need to know to get them upset, but they're not looking in at anything. And then they end up embarrassing themselves like some of these people.
King's Day!
No freaking kings!
No kings in the USA.
No King's Day! Woo!
Yeah!
No King's Day.
What are we gonna do to the king?
We're gonna shut him down.
How are we gonna shut him down?
Impeachment.
If there's impeachment, that means there's a Congress and Donald Trump can't be a king.
Right.
Right. Why is Donald Trump a king?
Because he's nuts.
He smells funny.
For real? Is that a question?
Because he has repeatedly overused his
He's trying to abuse this world and try to make this place all about him.
Why are you asking me this?
So it's just a bunch of those. It's just a bunch of those. And that's what happens when you show up. You don't know exactly why you're there, because a real protest, like I got to tell you guys, that it was a big giveaway. Jane Fonda and Joyanne Reed earlier, which you saw, that's a big giveaway. When they tell you to look nice, show up and feel that rage and feel that joy. And they're not telling you anything else. They're not telling you that the way a protest actually works. And seriously, like Jane Fonda, like you should know better. You should know better. That's just not protesting. Protesting, you have to have a goal. You have to have demands. Nobody knows what the demands are. So that's why when they're asked, well, what happens next? What are we doing? Oh, President Vance, did you even think that far ahead? So you don't know what you're doing. So first of all, again, that's a sign that it's not a real protest, because there's no demands. A real protest is real organizing and challenging an establishment and demanding what you want from it. Listen, Free Palestine is a real protest because there's actual demands. You guys know how this worked. And the college organizers were very good about that. It's divesting in Israel. Very clear messaging. This one, no. And unfortunately, Fox also has this card to play, which is really painful to see. And we know because we're here in LA and we see this shit happening. So what this is, these are infiltrators. We see this every time. They come out right before it gets dark. As the other people go home, they come out and they do this shit. And this is on purpose. This is staged on purpose. This is to create that fear that that protesters not only can't be trusted, they're violent, they're dangerous, and they're the ones that need to be stopped. And then you give a free license to the police and ICE to do whatever the hell they want. And then all the Fox News audience can yell at their TV and say, look at how radical, lefty, crazy those communist, Islam, Jew haters are. That's what this is. That's what, and they call them woke too. Woke as these infiltrators. We don't see their faces, just like we don't see ICE faces. So never trust who those people really are if they're not going to, show themselves. But anyways, this is on purpose. This is right out in the open. It's still daytime. This is by design. This is what the right, quote unquote, right wants to have happen because it keeps us divided and at each other's throats. That's the game. Okay, so that's it. I'll end on this, guys, because I don't totally like to use the space here to promote other stuff that we're going on, unless it's at the beginning of the show, end of the show. But during a segment, it's rare I do this, but I'm gonna show you guys this because we talked earlier about disruption and how that guy went up to MSNBC live and said Israel is the reason that you aren't even talking about that, and that was cool. But what if you had a chance to actually go on and talk about what's happening, which I got to do on RT a few days ago, and a lot of people got to hear this messaging, which I was able to wrap up at the end of this interview in about 2-minute clip here. Here you guys go.
Trump trashes his allies. Americans are taking to the streets in huge numbers to confront him. What's your take on the ongoing anti-Trump rallies, featuring in particular chants opposing the war on Iran? Because here we are a month now into this war. And traditionally in America, when we start wars, people tend to rally around the flag, at least initially, and then over time, support fades. But 1 month into the war, and we have so much opposition to it.
Yes, and I will definitely say this NoKings rally, I think it's the third big one that has been planned here over since Trump took office his second term. They're saying about 7 million people have shown up in 3,000 cities. It's definitely the biggest one. I would say the most successful one. But let's be actually clear about where this idea came from. The NoKings rallies, they weren't about being anti-war. Not when they started. They were about the policies that were being done here in the U.S., taking away social programs. When ICE got dispersed, we did see a lot of people showing up saying no ICE, abolish ICE. That's what those first couple were about. This one, yes, people are showing up because they were against this war, but that's not what the organizers of NoKings is about. They had this one on the calendar since for several months. So this is not a reaction to the Iran illegal war. And if you go on their website, you'll see that they were forced to acknowledge that this war is, in fact, an illegal war, but they're only representing that because the oil is what's going to affect us, and it is going to affect the way Americans can live day to day. And I'll just say this. NATO, it's been very pro-NATO through these NoKing rallies. We've seen signs of NATO, pro-NATO signs, Slavo Ukraine. We've been seeing that the whole way. And if you showed up with a Palestinian flag at a previous NoKings, you weren't really allowed to be there with that messaging. So if this is the best we got for anti-war, I'm all for it. But we got to understand that people planning this aren't necessarily against war. They're just against Trump, particularly the way Trump is conducting this war. And that's been a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay. We are moving on, guys. We got a big show here for you. Lots to get into. We're just warming up. We are just warming up. Let's go ahead right now and bring in our co-host back to the show. You know him, you love him. It is Craig Pasta Jardula.
What's going on, Matt? How you doing, buddy? Great job yesterday.
Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, well, we're gonna get into what happened yesterday for sure. I just want to say, hey man, thanks for being such a good ally and a supporter of the stuff we're doing here on the Homeless Left. And wherever we can get our messaging out and have conversations, I'm all for. I'm gonna say yes every time, because the more we can do, the better, right? So this is these opportunities, going on RT, doing panels, just multi-streaming, doing whatever we got to do to get new engagement. But this isn't for us, and it's not like selling t-shirts. What we're talking about is spreading the message of critical thinking, and debate is good, and we're figuring this out, and it's okay. We go for understanding. So kudos to you, Craig Pasa, and what you're doing with Truthwire and all the other stuff you guys have been doing in your camps. And yeah, it's just good to be part of something like that.
Man, it was I don't see many shows doing what we're doing right now as far as that is concerned when it comes to COVID. And I know a lot of people have been a little bit critical, like you guys are still talking about COVID when there's a war going on. It's not like we're still talking about it. We're actually circling the wagons and getting back to it, because we have to be able to do multiple things at one time, because who knows when it's going to happen again. I mean, the ruling class successfully pulled off, being able to get American citizens to quarantine themselves without even putting a tank on the street. Think about the ultimate control. So who knows when they want to flop that on us again. I don't think it was so much about, the eugenics, the cutting down the numbers of too many people being on this planet. I do believe that was part of the game, but I think it was all about putting us in this fourth industrial revolution, great reset, track and trace systems. And people got QR codes for that shot. And so it began. Now the Republicans with Donald Trump are doing their part. Palantir has pretty much got their teeth into our data, our personal data. The IRS is using AI to comb through all people's bank accounts without warrants. It's here. We're living in the fourth industrial revolution. We're living in the great reset, and it's time we push back against it. And I think having those conversations, building potential allies, I'll be going to Nicaragua soon, and I have some friends over there who kind of listen to all the whole COVID nonsense and whatnot. And I told them last time I left, I said, when I come back next year, which is this year, I'd like to have conversations about what had happened and give you my opinions on what we witnessed. So yesterday was a great opportunity with the debate, or I don't want to call it a debate, because we're not looking to win, even though I would say in the straw poll, Matt Weinglass, one of the 4 people who participated, I thought Ron did a really good job. A lot of people were really upset with some of what Ron said, but Ron was.
Why don't we update the audience? The audience doesn't know what happened. So tell us what.
Oh, you didn't tell everybody, Matt?
No, this is why I bring you on. I want to let you know. Hey, man, this is why I wanted to bring you on. Talk about this.
Probably know, right?
So tell us, the listeners, tell the viewers what you put together and what we pulled off yesterday.
I've been wanting to do these debates or conversations, to build bridges of understanding with COVID, people who believed in COVID and who weren't really digging the COVID stuff like we were, as far as the protocols and the vaccine were concerned, and have these debates on the left, people we consider leftists, to see if we can come together on some type of agreement. I think the ruling class and the Democratic Party made sure that there was a wedge between us. Maha had us a lot of leftists that didn't really necessarily jive with the COVID mentality. So yesterday we got a panel. We had a panel on Truthwire, and we kind of streamed it out to a couple other channels. And Matt joined me as the anti-COVID vaccine and protocol person. And on the other side, we had Ron Placone, who used to work with Jimmy Dore. And obviously, we lived together. We were roommates at one time. And Lila Charles Lay, or Lee, I don't know which one it is, from the Punch Up podcast, which I thought she did a really decent job. And we had about an hour and 20 minutes of just having somewhat of a COVID debate. We focused a little bit on the origin, since this was the first one, but then we were able to have questions and go back and forth. And nobody was taking any personal shots. Nobody interrupted anybody. A little chatter here and there, but I was able to moderate well enough. And it was really, I think, a successful discussion. And we kind of opened up the door, I think, to understanding and making sure that the ruling class can't get away with using cancel culture so easily. But as you were showing in the NoKings protest, I think that's all about, right? It's about making sure that they can split the people. So we broke down the tribalist mentality, and we had some conversations, and we're going to continue doing this and probably pick up another show with the same panel, me, Matt, and Ron Placone, and Layla Charles Lay. So it was a fun time yesterday.
Absolutely. And I think that it kind of made me think, and we spoke about this after, like there's a lot of potential here to go even further, obviously. And I think that's why it was good just to get our feet wet and do that first one. And you guys should go over to Truthwire and check out this one. It definitely had a raw vibe to it, but it was an honest, organic vibe. when we all got going. But now it's like, you know what? There's a lot more we can accomplish here because there's so much to this discussion. There's so much. I think even myself, when it was like, hey, do your 2-minute open, and then we're gonna do one question, and I'm like, man, there's so much here. You and I and our viewers know we've been covering this the whole time. We didn't just dive into the books last night and go, oh, we got to prepare for a final. We've been going through everything. So this information, it's all here, it's all there. It's in our reach within the conversations we've been having with our guests and all the doctors we've been bringing on and scientists and a lot of just activists. We've had so many great discussions on our shows about this stuff and sharing information. I just think, I think in one sense you want to maybe start with one thing and go from there. But I think one of the issues we get into is when you bring up one item, they say, well, that's just one example. And you go, well, I can give you 100, but then it's going to be too overwhelming. And I do think we have a lot of information that is very overwhelming as lefties or former, whatever you want to call us. I don't know what you call us anymore. Lefty, former lefty, we're homeless lefties, whatever we are. There are certainly other lefties. I'll tell you one thing, Craig, that I learned from that. There's not just two camps on the left. There's us, because we are no longer part of that, and we can look with critical thinking skills. There's two of them. There's two other groups on the left. One of them went along with the theater, and they're on to the next thing now. They said, hey, this is the thing we have to do. Putting on the mask, doing the COVID thing was the sign that you're on team good guy against team bad guy. There's another group, and I think our two friends on the show yesterday are part of this other group. They were more sincere. They weren't pretending. They actually said, we're going to follow this thing and take it seriously. And so you saw what happened when there was people from our lefty place that when they actually took it seriously and they weren't just making a scene and saying, I'm going to just do this mask thing and do this thing so I feel good. They actually believed it, and they felt abandoned when the rest of their team moved on to the next hoax or the next thing. And they're like, wait a minute. I thought we were going to wear these masks for the rest of our lives. That's what you told us. Why did you guys take them off? Now they felt as if they got fooled and they got played, but not in the way we are taught. So it gets complicated. But I think at least between those two camps, I much prefer getting aligned with people that actually felt that they were manipulated and played, because I got the sense from them, and I think that we have that in common. But we just have a different experience, right? Because we could see it kind of at the beginning. So I think there's hope if we can walk through that trauma, walk through that manipulation, walk through that ability to be humble about maybe what you missed at a particular time and now you get it. And there is something salvageable there. I think that's my optimism coming in. So that's
I'm hoping that in case, if they try something like this again, right? And which I totally believe, we were talking about, lab leak versus we don't know. It could be a natural occurrence. It could have come from bat soup. We'll never know for sure. What my statement was, no, it's not even a lab leak. It's a bioweapon. It's not even a
discussion.
Yeah, it's a bioweapon.
We're beyond the discussion of whether the lab leak was intentional or accidental. Seriously, at this point.
I mean, I think Layla did lie. Is it Layla? She did leave it open, the fact that, it could be a possibility. Even when I talked about it with Ron, I think they, once again, their answer would be, we don't know for sure, and you never know for sure. But when you say we don't know for sure, I don't know. It seems like you're looking for a little bit of a confirmation bias out there to say we'll never know for sure. It's another way of saying, well, the evidence points to the fact that it was creating in a lab, but I don't want to lose hope that the fact that it was something natural that happened would not, because if it's just a natural occurrence and, oh my God, this happens, then that justifies all the protocols that follow behind it, right? Then you really are moving at the speed of science and we don't know what's going on, and you got to shut down the beaches, even though that's some of the best stuff for you. But what I really learned yesterday too, Matt, is I got to dust off a lot of the old stuff and get that back on the noggin. I did shows beyond shows for this for years, and for almost 2 years straight. We did them all on Rockford. Now it's hard. We're getting a hard time trying to retrieve those shows. But it's remembering everything. It's like when you pointed out that one of the reasons why ivermectin had to be demonized. And I didn't like Ron's point of view when he said, well, all these doctors, have been disbarred and whatnot. And of course they could be disbarred, right? If they're not going to play ball with Big Pharma, and he even described, and I thought that was one of his best moments. He described exactly what Big Pharma is, right? Big Pharma is the mechanism that puts the capitalism behind all the medicine, right? It's not so much getting you the EpiPen you need. It's charging the insurance company 5 times the rate for the, to get that EpiPen. He made that point.
Did Ron, I wish I could have asked the question, what did he get disbarred for? Did you look into it? Because I can't imagine that if Ron actually looked into it, he'd be like, oh yeah, that checks out. He deserves to lose his license. For what? For having doing his job as a doctor, practicing medicine, saying, I have some stuff here that I think is beneficial. It's been working on my patients. Here's my protocol. It's a preventative method. It's an early treatment protocol. Yeah. And they said, no, you're out. Not only we're not going to accept it, you're out. So he doesn't think that's suspicious. It's weird. Because then you go, well, look, then what does Dr. Perry Corey do? He goes and takes his protocol down south and he gets it to, and we talked about this. I said, look, I can tell you firsthand the people he helped, and he saved a lot of lives, El Salvador, Mexico, everywhere, with the protocol that we wouldn't take. Why? Because of the EAU, right? The Emergency Authorization.
Use Authorization.
EUA. Emergency Use Authorization. There are 4.
Not the UAE, the EUA.
I just got to. Oh yeah. Okay. We'll back that up. Yeah, it's the.
No, you did good. You did good. Okay. But you know what I did, Matt? It reminded me though. Just before I forget, what I did, and I totally forgot to mention this yesterday, is during COVID when it happened, I went back and looked at a lot of the frontline doctors and a lot of the doctors like Pierre Corey that were getting ostracized for not playing ball. And I looked at their comments from their patients before COVID. And some of the people, like when it came to Zelenko, when it came to McCullough, when it came to Pierre Corey, when it came to Dr. Urso, when it came to a lot of these doctors who were kind of either disbarred or had their finger wagged at them, right? Dr. Merrick, their scores were ridiculously high, on whatever website. Now, people don't leave like a lot of feedback on their doctors and stuff. They usually keep that personal. It's not like a Yelp for an Applebee's or a Chili's or a restaurant, whatnot, where you get a ton of comments. But you get a decent amount of comments for people who want to say either something good or want to say something bad. And those doctors, the ones that were ostracized, had very high scores. And even when you look at Dr. McCullough, right? Like that's the one that I spoke with the most over the 3-year period. I had on multiple shows. I think we had him on this show before, right? His scores, and not only that, his scores were high. He was like one of the most peer-reviewed. Is he a cardiologist? I don't want to say if I don't think he's a cardiologist. But he was one of the most peer-reviewed doctors in his class, in his field. So, I'm going to look that up to see what kind of doctor Dr. McCullough is. But I haven't had him on in a while.
Yeah.
But
we
these guys
follow up with him because we had a great. You're right. He was on Homeless Love. The 3 of us had a nice little convo with him. It was awesome. It was like I think I remember we had like a 20-minute. We were able to go through some of the stuff. And this before, I guess, when Maha was still looking somewhat promising. But obviously, we know what happened with that.
He's a cardiologist. I'm sorry.
He is a cardiologist. Yeah.
Yeah. He was one of the most peer-reviewed cardiologists in the world before COVID. And then all of a sudden, he was a quack. And I don't know.
Hey, guess what? I know you brought up another screen because we had that little glitch just now.
Oh, did we really?
Yep. And now you're fine. I'm just saying. So we gotta figure out what that is, but it's all good. Are you ready to do? I wanted you to do. We haven't done We Know What It's Not together in a while, and I thought this would be good timing since we just came off that panel.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Let's get to it. Here we go. We usually wait to the end on this one, but I like doing this one right away. Let's go. Here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. They're going to be back with their answer very soon. But until then, we have no idea what's going on. Why are people dropping dead for no reason, especially these young athletes, young, healthy male athletes in the middle of their sports practice? It's crazy. These heart problems, myocarditis, you got neurological problems going on everywhere, blood clotting. It's all over the place. Rapid cancers. I mean, that is just we can't keep track of it all. But we have no idea what's happening. And doctors, they keep saying they're baffled every time, especially the young ones. But they're looking into it. Just so don't fear. They will have an answer for us soon. But in the meantime, while we wait patiently, you should know they wanted us to know that we know what it's not. So here we go. I'm here with Craig Pasta-Jardula. We're going to look at the latest development in the medical freedom movement community, which has gotten so bizarre these days because MAHA isn't been the thing that it said it was going to be. But we saw this headline come up a few days ago. This is a top doctor from London. He warns the MPs of possible cancer link to COVID boosters. What? Where is he getting this from? This seems like misinformation coming up here. I don't know. But long stable cancer patients have suffered relapses after receiving the COVID booster jab, MPs were told. Well, I don't know where he got that information from, but they were urged to investigate any possible connection between the mRNA vaccine and the aggressive relapses. So this is Professor Angus Dalgleish, one of UK's leading skin cancer specialists, made the claims in testimony to the all-party parliamentary group on pandemic response and recovery. His testimony is expected to put fresh pressure on regulators and ministers to decide whether further large-scale studies are needed to access any potential long-term risks of the COVID jabs. In the stark warnings to the MPs, Professor Dalgleish said, "In my opinion, this is no longer a hypothesis. The data are in. The mechanisms are understood. The signal is screaming. It is time to act." He told the group his concerns first raised in early 2022 are no longer isolated observations, but are now backed by international research. The only common factor we could find was the booster. These patients had been stable for 3 to 18 years. The relapses require new treatment. Well, I'm sure he's just making that up because he's trying to sell a T-shirt. Craig, what's your thoughts on this? I mean, it's good to see that these conversations are happening, if not here, at least over in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is that to tie the vaccine to any type of illness, you have to know if the person took the vaccine or not, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times that information isn't there, but you know, I would think that maybe people we know that work in hospitals or triage centers can know as they look at the folders and they can put it together. Yet that information is still sealed tight. It's not allowed to come out. I'm very happy when we see things like this, right? And I'm sorry because it just made me think when I had a friend we lost, right? Turbo cancer. And you start thinking about boosters and those people who took those boosters. And it seems that people who did take the boosters, they've entered another level of concern or a chance for some type of cancer or a blood clot. So I'm glad there are more doctors speaking up now. But I mean, the whole thing is that we're going to be in this data war, right? Just like we were on that argument yesterday, that debate yesterday and too as well. When they're talking about certain statistics they're getting from somewhere else, which kind of oversee and supersede our statistics that we get. I mean, this thing is such a clusterfuck right now, right? That it's really hard to put a finger on things. This segment, we know what it's not, right? Sometimes it's like, oh my God, it's like, until you explain to me, what it's all about, it's like, how do we know for sure, right? We hear this data coming out that there's myocarditis and young kids are getting blood clots all over the place across the world in higher numbers than ever before. But the thing that I think that you put your finger on that's so important right here is the fact that they've tried to shut out even having conversations about what it could be. When doctors bring information like this to the table, it allows us to open up the talk for these conversations, Yeah,
exactly. But instead of doing that, instead of shining a light on these studies and these concerns from actual doctors that have actual data right in front of them from their own patients, and they've been studying this for the several years, instead of that, they're putting this kind of garbage out. Why are we wasting our time with this nonsense? But from today, new highly mutated COVID variant called cicada. Oh no, it's spreading in the US. You got to know these symptoms, guys. This is a big deal. This is spreading crazy right now. It's in at least 25 states. So half of our country is infected with a new COVID variant. Oh my God. I am sheltering in place right now. It looks like it's called BA.3.2, a highly mutated new COVID-19 variant that may be better able to escape immunity from vaccines. They gotta come up with a new potion for us, because it hasn't been working. It's spreading into the U.S. Although the COVID cases are low nationally, this particular strain is gaining traction around the globe. Cicada emerged over a year ago and slowly simmered until last fall, when it started ramping up in several countries, including the U.S. Oh no. As of February 11th, the variant had been detected in at least 25 states. So that's half of our countries is infected. I think we need to do another lockdown here, Craig. This is not acceptable. We need to go. I thought we were going for COVID 0. What is going on? And this one's got a slew of genetic changes in its spike protein. It sets it apart. Well, guess what, guys? All variants are set apart from each other. Just to be clear, that's why they're called variants. But okay, this one's special and it's spreading fast, and we need to be concerned. And if you go through the entire article, you're not going to find anything about why we need to be concerned. Why not just post an article about every single flu strain every time there's a new flu? Because there's multiple flus going around all the time. Do they have enough room on their websites to print all those articles, or is just the COVID one that they like to get out there and sell copies? I don't know. I don't know, Craig, but it seemed like our guests yesterday weren't really open to the conversation that maybe this thing does actually act as a flu. It's a little weird though, but I understand why you might think it's worse with this type of stuff going on.
Yeah. Well, the flu part, that wasn't some of our opponents' best moments. Why they kind of explained when Mr. Matt Weinglass put the screws to him and said, why did we have any flu deaths that year all of a sudden, huh? And I'm not going to tell you their answer to that. You can go watch the debate and decide for yourself, because I got a personal text from somebody just disgusted from that answer from our friend. But, that's the answer he got. Really, to tell you the truth, it wasn't that nobody died from the flu. It was obviously the reclassification by the ruling class and the hospitals and whatnot, so they can collect that cheese, that money that was put out there in the CARES Act for COVID. They knew that money was coming, right?
Yeah.
So they had to have somebody die of a COVID death, which is a flu-like symptom, instead of a flu death, because you don't get that bonus, Matt. You don't get that extra cheese in that check.
Man, we didn't even get into the bonus.
What? Come on now. God. Come on.
I mean,
not only do we have to bring our own sources of data, but you also pointed something out in this thing here. This is the great thing about doing the show, bro. I love doing this show with you, and it's been such a fun time seeing you grow and get on these other spots, and this show just getting to new heights. And please, everybody, get out there, like, share, subscribe. I know Matt is very thankful to the cheese you get to help him out, and we do need the help out there. We're still kind of pushing back against the censorship machine. Let's not forget that his first channel was demonetized, but digress. The mutation, Matt, there was a conversation about mutation that Ron had pointed out about mutation. I think there is confusion on what causes mutation. There is an argument that the COVID vaccines would actually cause more of a mutation problem. It was more problematic for mutation than those who weren't vaccinated, right? So that is a discussion out there, and I think we need to have that discussion, because once again, it's very unclear out there on what the virus or viruses could do, the different types of COVID. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, there's a lot to be discussed here, and you're right, but it does seem like a lot of the same rhetoric. And I'm glad we started doing this, because we have to start kicking open the doors and pushing back and stop people immediately and say, no. And get people like Ron and Lila to go, hey, let's hear them out. Don't shut the door on them. Let's hear them out. They have something to say. Right. We need those allies. Exactly. And, I think we can come to some conclusions. Yeah. I've said this before. Dr. Urso, right, who's been once again bastardized, put down. I know they were going after him at one point. He was one of the first doctors that talked about hydroxychloroquine shortly after Dr. Zelenko did. He showed up on the steps of the Capitals, everybody in the white coats. There was, I think, a Jamaican doctor with him that went viral, a black Jamaican doctor, a lady that went viral. Dr. Rosso had said one of the things that was really disturbing about COVID-19, in which the other side is at least, awake to, is the fact that this could be, because once again, I think there was a point where where Lila and Ron were like saying, well, you don't think this is just the common cold. And I kind of classified very clearly, I don't think it's the common cold, but I don't think it's out to be what you guys think it's out to be. I think it's somewhere in between.
Oh.
Dr. Urso had talked about this. When people get this, we shouldn't take it lightly, right? We shouldn't. We need to take it seriously in a way. And I think that sometimes the people on our side were like, it's a common cold. I had it. I beat it. No big deal. Well, that's not going to be what it's like for everybody. So if we take it like that, we're going to lose a lot of people and say, hey, regardless if it came from bat soup, regardless if it came from a bio weapons lab, we need to take it seriously. I think that is something that we need to do. Go ahead.
And going into the language, which I did in the conversation, the language is important because none of us said common cold. She said it. And the reason she said it, and Ron's opening was very revealing. The opening was his assessment was there's two camps. There's the people who followed everything, and there's the people who said, F this, I'm going to do everything in retaliation against it. I don't give a F. That's what he said. So what that means is that if you believe that there were two camps and that's it, then you're a victim of your team telling you what the other team thinks and giving you their talking points. And so that was made crystal clear when she started arguing about it's not a common cold, guys. And I was like, that's interesting. Where did you get that language from? She was given that language. You see how, so we have to go deeper than arguing that point, but actually go into their head and say, where did you get that from? This is the same shit we had to deal with RFK not being allowed to have interviews and the ABC anchor saying, I was gonna show you guys the interview, but it was so bad, I'm just gonna give you the bullet points. He said some horrible shit. And you saying, oh, that's news. I'm gonna take that and put it in my brain, and I'm gonna use it when someone says, oh, I love RFK. Why don't you? I don't like him because ABC told me that he's crazy and said some crazy shit. What did he say? Well, they didn't want to air it because it was so crazy. So that's how they do this, how they capture you with this idea that your opponent is so bad. I'm barely going to tell you what they said. They came to the table thinking what our argument was without us saying it. So I'm just from that point.
That's the power of media. That's the power of the ruling class. They got people thinking that there's just two teams, right? They got people tribal thinking.
And by the way,
tribalism. They really do. We discovered yesterday, and they even said, like, people call us shit libs. You know, I don't consider them complete shit libs at all. I don't like a lot of the points they're making, but there was a lot of common sense, and we could talk to them yesterday. You know what I'm saying? We can go back and forth. But, the media is the one who said, well, these people on the right, either they think it's just a common cold. Some of them don't even think it exists. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what they were able to do. And they continue to do that to this day. So I think that we both found something we have to fight back against. You know what I'm saying?
And
I got to say, when I talked to Ron off the air before the show, when I talked to him on the show, he was making a lot of strong points. I kind of understand his point of view. I disagree with a lot of them. Right now, I think that yesterday, what I didn't get to bring up and I was holding back is that relationship between Moderna and DARPA, right? Like I didn't continue to say that because I wanted the show to move on to the question part. But, when you talked about bioweapons and you're like, it is a bioweapon and the bioweapon is the vaccine. Well, that doesn't make you Alex Jones fucking crazy. There's a serious link and a relationship between DARPA and Moderna. Modern mRNA, right? Come on, guys. They fucking helped funded it. This is a military asset that if anybody was going to be diving into bioweapons, it would be DARPA, right? The ones who engineered fucking flies over here with microchips and all this shit. They're funding the vaccine. Moderna's. How can you not say that there's the potential or the possibility for that vaccine being a bioweapon when you know that, and that's in black and white? You cannot escape that. Great point yesterday.
The lesson is next time we do a longer session because there's so much to get into before you look at that timer and you're like, oh shit, we already went through an hour. So we'll do that. We'll have a longer form next time. And I think it is something, and we'll let you guys know when we're doing that again. But let's and also for the record, it did have symptoms of flu. And that's what it actually was. I didn't say cold. I said flu because why? Because that's what Bill Gates said. I just repeated what Bill Gates said after he sold all his stock and made his $500 million. I just want to be clear on that. That's what Bill Gates did. So Just repeating from the guy in charge, the guy with the non college degree.
But they
no
said they didn't
degree.
like Fauci. They said they didn't like Bill Gates. That was the difference between them.
Then that's a great starting point.
I'm saying they understood that. I'm like, well, great. We don't like them too. Why don't we like them?
Yeah.
So why do you believe in this vaccine if you don't like the guy who funded it, or the or the entity in DARPA who funded it? Like, it's military. How could you? Yeah.
So this is also the problem.
I try to start that with the whole.
Okay.
We don't trust them.
Well, the reason we have to go further into the psychology. I don't believe that. I believe they believe that. I believe the way brainwashing works. I'm sorry, I have to be very blunt about this. You forget the thing that you used to do. That's the conversation. So I would say this, Basta. Next time, I think it's not to start off with. Was it a lab leak or not? Okay, good getting our feet wet. Now it's time to talk about what's really happened. The behavior. It's time to start talking about behavior, because what happens is when people are captured, brainwashed, whatever you want to call it, they forget their behavior. They have no memory of it. So it's easy to say in 2026, I hate Fauci, I hate Gates. And you say, oh, good, we're starting from the same place. We're not starting, Craig. We have to go back in time and we have to remind people the way they behaved, like this. Okay, no copyright problem. Sound off, but imagine Biggie is playing during this. Although you could have any song playing during this. The point is, this happened. Okay, this is just one little thing that's stuck together I found on Twitter. But I'm telling you guys, there's so much that we erase from our memories. How we treated each other, how we uninvited people to Thanksgiving and Christmas, how we literally were scared to death of dying. Because why? Because we were told that people were dead in the street in Italy. They were dead in the street in China. All those videos of spazzing out, dying in the streets of Beijing so you have to go back and look at that and go, what? First of all, that doesn't look like signs of COVID at all. So whatever this is just people being afraid. This is just a starting point. But I would leap to say this. My analysis is that people can say what they want now about their mistrust of Gates and their mistrust of Fauci, but there's no way Saturday Night Live would have brought Fauci on and had a big standing O with him, with Brad Pitt. That couldn't have happened if people actually hated him at the time. They loved him, so they're forgetting that part. That's what I believe, that they are forgetting that, and they can say it now because it's in the rearview mirror. But let's remind people where we came from, and I think we need to be able to do that. They also talked about studies that we didn't bring any to the table, but how about this one? I mean, there's so much, man. There's so much we could just pop up. This one's one of the more recent ones. It was 51.6 million people. Every single person in South Korea they have data on, and it was a shocking number of VAIDS. What is VAIDS? That is vaccine acquired immune deficiency syndrome. So it's AIDS plus 1,000, whatever. AIDS times 1,000, whatever you want to call it. It's VAIDS. So this is real shit. This is from actual studies. They said, hey, we'd like to see some studies. Okay, well, next time we can show them that. Some other blasts from the past. How about this?
It was put out for the public that skipped the animal test.
Never before, especially for children.
And what I've read, they actually started the animal test, and because the animals were dying, they stopped the test. Folks, I think that's important to understand there, that what we're talking about is the American people are now the guinea pigs. This is the test program that's going on. They didn't do the human testing, and they stopped the animal test because the animals were dying. And then they turned it out for the public. And we are now looking at businesses that want to mandate that this experimental vaccine be given to people as a condition of their employment. And yet we have this death count that continues to rise and be totally ignored.
So, I mean, and these are just little examples. We got a ton of them. I think we were just getting warmed up. I'm glad we got our feet wet there, Craig. But man, there's so much there, and there's so much that other people forgot. We don't want to forget either. We did the work. So let's remember all of these different parts to this. The money incentive, right? You just mentioned earlier. We didn't even get into that. The whole thing with the the $30,000 per ventilator. We didn't even talk about ventilators. We didn't talk about remdesivir. There's so much. There's so much. So I'm glad we got our feet wet. I'm looking forward to the next one, Craig. But this is still an ongoing thing. This is not all in the rearview mirror. This is, like you said earlier, the opportunity for another lockdown, another pandemic. We have to be ready. So we have to know what we did wrong and know how people effed up and get better at detecting the shit, especially with people that already are supposed to be skeptical, right, of pharma and skeptical of the profit over people system. That's all.
One of the things that Lila said that was very interesting and is another talking point that I want to make sure that we kind of take head on next time is the fact that she said, as a socialist, she believes that socialism is about taking care of your loved ones around you. And that's why we needed to take this serious and protect the people around us. And I agree, but we just agreed that what is actually protecting the people versus harming the people. And I think that the mask, that was, came over the cloud that came over us from which they were able to take advantage of was the fact is that they made it look like if you don't do this, you're not doing your part and helping your neighbor out, which was a complete lie and propaganda to get people to go along and to comply. And they just thought that people who did not want to comply were just being selfish and they were holding their own personal individual freedoms over public health and safety. And that's just not the case. You know what I'm saying? It's not the case whatsoever. A lot of us look at this, the fact that we're talking out against this is a form of public safety and help because we're warning people of how bad this could be. And let's not forget from the get-go, and I made a point that what you said, the EUA, right, the emergency use authorization, the fact that they try to mandate something in which they had liability and protection against, you couldn't hold them you couldn't hold them liable for what their shot did. So why would they care about us when they've never cared about us? That being the big pharma companies. And, to this day, I would like to hear somebody give me an answer. So,
Hey, I pulled out one more just for fun because you were mentioning Alex Jones. I thought you get a kick out of this.
Nobody liked my Alex Jones imitation yesterday. I was very upset. I thought I nailed it.
You did nail it. We didn't talk about Francis Collins and Fauci and they're manipulating the doctors that were doing the Barrington Declaration and all their little manipulations about the bio leak, the whole thing. They had all the emails. We saw all of them. They were trying to silence this. Let's deplatform that. Let's pay off these people. It's all on email. We saw all of it. This was the original Epstein drop, right? The COVID drop, right? So we saw all this. Alex Jones did this little thing. I thought this was hilarious. He confronted Collins in an airport. Check this out.
How you doing? All right. How are you? We're good. 20+ million people dead from those shots. Well, Trish coming out about you and Fauci. How's it feel to kill more people than Hitler?
You're writing some folk songs about it?
Go ahead.
You're writing some folk songs?
You'll never get away with what you did, your bioweapon. You're in a lot of trouble.
It's entertaining. I would never have played that clip on our debate, but I thought you'd get a kick out of it. Look, to tie a bow on this segment, you guys know that when we know it's not. We have to end with completely unrelated bulletins. We just want to give you like 3 of them. There's a ton of them, guys. A lot this week. We can't give you all of them, but these are totally unrelated incidents. We just thought you should know a few people that passed away, probably I would say ahead of their time, but I don't know. It seems pretty normal. So maybe it was natural causes. It's hard to say. I'm not a doctor, but this one we found out. This is a Blue Bloods. If you guys ever watched Blue Bloods, the actor, comedian Alex Dung has died after battling a rare form of cancer. He was 42.
That sucks.
Yeah, that sucks. 42, cause of death. He was battling cancer. The actual cause of death, septic shock. He passed away on Saturday, St. John's in Santa Monica. He battled this whatever sarcoma, I can't pronounce it. It's a rare, aggressive. Ooh, there's that word, aggressive, Pasta. Aggressive cancer. That's like another word for rapid cancer. The cancer started with headaches behind his eyes. It caused vision loss in one eye. The diagnosis was about a year ago. That's too bad. Condolences to his family. Here's another one. 22 rugby player. I always think these are weird postings because you have a 22-year-old rugby player who died. The family's heartbroken. His brother's heartbroken. But then when you look further in the article, and they confirmed in the statement on March 28th, they're saddened by his passing. When you look for, what happened, it says no cause of death has been shared publicly. And I guess that's also a common thing. Totally normal for a 22-year-old rugby player probably had a lot of fans, to drop dead and to not tell us what happened, because that's called privacy. We don't want you to know, which is weird, right? If you have a son that's 22 that has a car accident, dead, maybe didn't have a seatbelt on, maybe the other driver was drinking, you'd want to maybe do some public announcement, public awareness about it. Maybe start a charity. What about suicide? You don't want to announce that? Fine. But it's very interesting. You wouldn't want to say, hey, this could happen to you. I want to make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else. Why is it that we get these cause of deaths by 22-year-old athletes, healthy athletes, and you don't want to tell us what happened because of your privacy? Great. Be private. Don't warn anybody else what happened to him, because we don't need to know. We don't want to know. And for God's sake, don't tell me his medical records, because the only reason we would give a F about his medical records is when you're going into lunch at a restaurant. Then we care. Public concern is when you're eating, not when something happened to you. It's not our effing business. Move on. Next one. Hockey player Jacob Winterton, 25, stage 4 cancer battle. Holy crap. Totally normal. Ontario Hockey League player Jacob Winterton, diagnosed stage 4 bone cancer. He was 25. Announcement was made Tuesday, the 24th. So that's just a few non-related to what we've been talking about. I just thought you guys should know this is totally normal occurrences. There's a shit ton more. We can't get into all of them. Those are just ones I threw out there. I'll let Pasta have let you have the last word here on this segment.
The debate continues, and I'm glad we're getting back into it. Look, a lot of this stuff hits home. Like I said, I had a friend who was diagnosed. 14 months later, he was dead. We see a lot of these turbo cancers. I never seen anything like this before. During that debate yesterday, I also explained the fact that I used ivermectin and the FLCC protocols. I phoned or texted Dr. McCullough directly when me and my mother had Omicron. So it worked for me. But that was my personal experience. And all I can talk about is my personal experiences. I don't know about you, Matt, but my personal experiences, I've never seen these turbo cancers just come out of the blue like never before from people around me, loved ones. And most of the time that I talk to those loved ones who have lost in the last couple of years from a cancer, from a blood clot, something like that, they have taken the shot, and some of them take the boosters. So you can put it together out there. You have to believe in what you believe. You have to look at the evidence. You have to do your own research. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what somebody tells you about doing your own research. Yeah, you can. There's a lot of crazies out there. There's a lot of other opinions out there. But if you source out the source and you know exactly where they're coming from, like as I did and Matt has done, then you can come up with an informed opinion and an educated guess, because you've gotten the right information out there. There's no longer hiding this stuff anymore. One of the things we didn't talk about yesterday is the biggest sins is that they didn't allow doctors to become doctors, be doctors during this whole thing. It was let doctors be doctors, and everybody has a right to listen to their doctor. You know what I'm saying? But if you handcuff a doctor and you say a doctor can't do this, he has to go along with what Big Pharma has set out for them. Otherwise, he'll be disbarred. Well, then you really don't have a doctor. You just have a placeholder for Big Pharma, and they're calling the shots. And that's what we have to get away from.
Doctors are baffled. They're still looking into it. They'll be back soon with whatever information they can come up with. But until then, you guys know, don't be worried about it, guys. There's one thing we know for sure, and that is we know what it's not. All right. Just wanted to throw up a few of the super chats we got up there earlier. Here's another. This is thank you so much, Deep Green VO. I intervened at the NoKings parade with CPI to call out the Dems' role in these war crimes by saying Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran in the middle of the parade. Well done, my friend. Well done. We need more voices like that. That's what it's about. Much appreciated. And I just got to throw this one up. This is a great way to get the party started for sure. Thanks, Blake. You guys know the super chats. We see them, and we definitely want to give you guys some attention. And of course, Citizen, you're always awesome on the show. You've been with us the whole way here on our new YouTube channel. Probably very much, I will say, give you credit for getting more people over to the channel, because that's what super chats do. They bring more people, eyes on the channel. So thank you. And of course, when mainstream media says don't look into it, we know what to do. Yeah, we know what to do. Okay. How about we do a little Iran-Israel update here? before we cut out, or before you cut out. Let's go ahead and I'm going to start with this. I'm going to start with this because these war crimes, we're talking about how we've always been doing illegal wars. We've always been doing occupations. We've always been doing American imperialism and Greater Israel Project wars and regime change wars, endless wars, but they're all war crimes, and it's one after the next. This type of administration that we're dealing with right now happens to be much louder about it, happens to be faster about it, and happens to not have their talking points in line. Maybe it's because they know they can get away with it because no one's going to jail. And we've been saying that one too. We've seen the Epstein files released. We know nobody's going to jail. So Caroline Leavitt can tell us out loud. What is she going to tell us? She doesn't give an F. She's going to tell us that we kill people who we feel lied to us. Just so you know out there, if we determine you lied to us, we're going to effing murder you. She's going to tell you that.
Says more reasonable. Again, these folks are appearing more reasonable behind the scenes privately in these conversations than perhaps some of the previous leaders who are now no longer on planet Earth because they lied to the United States and they strung us along in negotiations, and that was unacceptable to the president, which is why many of the previous leaders were killed. So again, this is another historic opportunity for Iran to do the right thing.
Historic opportunity for you not to be murdered too. So it's not even that you don't lie to us. Don't have us think you lied to us, or worse, hopefully you won't catch us in a bad mood where we're just going to lie about that you lied to us. Either way, don't be that person. And it's a great opportunity for you. So come on, let's go. Let's get anyone up for some negotiations with the team that likes to kill people during negotiations. Come on, anyone up for it? I mean, this is insane. You would say this out loud, but make no mistake, guys. The only thing unique about this team, this war psychopath team behind Trump, is that they're saying it so bluntly out loud and just at the top of their lungs. But this has been the policy the whole time. I'm being very clear. Obama, Hillary, gunning around, targeting Gaddafi in Libya, doing all of their little hit jobs. They didn't mock and gloat and brag about it. Until later, of course, years later, then they bragged about it. But in the time, it was very low key, very on the down low, right? You do your thing, you move on. Don't let the American people find out. Keep it all cool. So that's the only difference. Just want to be very clear. This isn't new as far as our policy of just going around murdering people and making up reasons. This also isn't new that we are the biggest hypocrites on the planet. Rubio is going to tell us why Iran is bad at what they're doing. And literally, it's called projection. And you're saying it's an accusation is a confession. So he's going to tell us what Iran's problem is.
At the end of the day, I think that if there are people in Iran who now, given everything that's happened, are willing to move in a different direction for their country, that would be great. Imagine in Iran that instead of spending their wealth, billions of dollars supporting terrorists or weapons, had spent that money helping the people of Iran, you'd have a much different country. So we are always hopeful that that would exist over there.
Wow. And so just to clarify, Rubio, this is Iran spending way too much money. Whereas if you put their budget with ours, they're at 15 billion. We're at 900 billion. So they spend literally 60 times more than Iran. They, meaning Rubio's team, and has the audacity to call them out. And even more so, the accusation is the confession. If we would spend more money on the American people, we would have a much better situation, obviously.
Yeah.
So
I don't know about you, but you're saying all this shit. The Dow is at 46. The Dow is at 46,000 right now. And I just want to point that out right now because you're trying to distract from all the great things the Trump administration has been doing. The Dow is high. And what else could I say? Oh, did I tell you about the Dow? You know what I'm saying? So stop talking about all this Iranian and Epstein shit. The Dow is where it's at. So please.
Yeah, no, I know what's wrong. I must be an anti-patriot because I'm not pointing out the obvious news, which should have been the first headline of the day, is the Dow. You're absolutely right. I don't know what I was thinking. But I'm glad you're here with us right now, Pasta, because the Israel thing is really the thing that I think deserves a lot of attention because it is complex. We always talk on the show about who's wagging the dog or who's the big brother, little brother. Sometimes it doesn't even matter because it just seems like we've teamed up and whoever's playing what role is playing what role. But to have a sitting U.S. senator say this, publicly is pretty interesting. I don't think we've lived through a time where a senator, this is Chris Coons, he's confirming the intentional cruelty that Israel committed when they assassinated the negotiators, the same ones that Caroline Leavitt was just referring to, the ones that we had to eliminate because they lied to us. He's going to put another element into play. An actual senator, U.S. senator.
That's a great question to which there isn't a great answer. President Trump, several days into the war, made it clear that he had thought that Larijani, one of the senior elected leaders of the Iranian government, was someone with whom he or his administration might have negotiated, but the Israelis assassinated him. The Israelis have attacked over and over the senior leadership of the intelligence services, of the IRGC, of the Ayatollah and his close advisors, and that has made it difficult for us to assess exactly who's in charge. But we do know this. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC, has a pretty firm grip on the country and has been trained in how to continue aggressive operations even when there isn't a clear central command. So I don't, in the near term, see an easy path towards there being a real change in the government or the regime in Iran.
I like how he circles it back to we're just trying to do the right thing by doing our war, and Israel's doing it wrong. No, the whole thing is wrong. But it's interesting that he revealed that about them, because it obviously completely contradicts the fact that the negotiators, they were deceitful and lying. Obviously, that's not true. But somebody killed them, and this isn't the first time that happened. That happened right before the 12-day war as well. So that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with this dishonest partner, which is our greatest ally in the Middle East, greatest ally of all time, and they keep doing whatever they want, or we're allowing it, or we're going along with it, and we're not saying, hey, wait a minute, what are you guys doing? What is Israel doing when we're putting troops on the ground? What is Israel doing, Pasta? What is Israel doing right now? I'll tell you what they're not doing. Breaking from the general, Israeli media reports that if the United States carries out a ground operation in Iran, it would have to go alone, with Israeli forces not participating on the ground. Yeah. Oh, wow. Shocker.
They've committed all their troops to Beirut. They've committed all their troops to Lebanon, and that's what's going on over there. So they're going to have no troops. I think they just try to call up another 400,000 troops, whatnot, and there's protests in the streets. They're trying to get some of the Sephardic Jews to get in there and enlist, and they refuse to enlist. You know what I'm saying? So they've committed all their troops to Lebanon. So they have said, hey, if you're going to go about this, do it alone. You know, and whether it is Israel pulling the strings or not, I think the American tax dollar, Joe taxpayer has to realize that we're spending what, $1.25 billion a day in this war right now. So I don't give a fuck who's pulling the strings at this point. Say something, assholes, and stop defending this whole administration or the right for them to do that. One of the things it said on the screens, they're at odds. They don't know how to defend American troops from Iranian drone strikes. I know how. Tell them to fucking leave. Therefore, you ain't got to worry about it anymore. But no, the United States is still committing more of their troops right now. You got more in the Gulf. And guess what? The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, by the way. Still can't get through. No American vessels are getting through. No Navy vessels is getting close. So, I mean, this is just ridiculous over here. At the end of the day, I don't give a shit who's pulling the strings, right? It starts and ends with our fucking funding of, Israel and our funding of this war. Stop it right now. Pull back. Let's get out of it. This is fucking ridiculous. And not to mention, we are getting our asses handed to them. My source does say, though, Matt, over the last 3 days, the bombing has intensified tenfold. So they are trying to hit Iran hard right now.
Yeah. But we're also, obviously, we've reported on the massive U.S. casualties that are not being reported on purpose, because that would infuriate even the most diehard conservative. We know the conversations happening here. There's not the support Trump thinks he has. It's obviously a lot of spin on from Fox and other outlets, but people are they're worried. Even if they fall for the fact that they think Iran hates us for our freedom, they know this is not a good situation. Sending troops in right now, and Israel gets to kind of parade around and do what they want. And as far as what Israel's getting away with, a lot of people don't even know they're literally doing an ethnic cleansing in Lebanon right now. And we send journalists out there. There's Lebanese journalists out there reporting on this, and we need that type of reporting. But look what happens. I mean, we're just talking about adding to the body count. If you guys missed this one from a few days ago, this is awful, horrible news. When I heard about this, this is from Power to the People. This is the last report from journalist Fatima Fatoni before she was murdered by Israel. She was covering Israel's invasion of southern Lebanon. Israel's now killed over 280 journalists, which is 4 times more than the 70 journalists killed in both world wars. You only target journalists when your enemy is the truth. And there she is, doing the courageous work, which we all feel connected to. And it always sends this very cold chill down your spine every time you hear something like this. I don't know if we want to read the thing. This is her last report here.
Yeah.
We don't. If you guys are gonna go check it out, but this is. I mean, then they just murder her, and it's not an accident. It's
Double
real.
Tap
They get to keep doing.
By the way, double tap.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So she's down in Tibet where the clashes occurred. Is still ongoing. These clashes directly target military vehicles, occupation forces, and bulldozers that are building earth barriers and demolishing citizens' homes here in this town, where resistance operations continue in this neighborhood located north of Tibet town, in addition to Israeli occupation forces' presence in the southern neighborhoods of Tibet Project, where Merkava tanks belonging to occupation forces advancing from Adias town toward this town were also destroyed from various neighbors, including the Bosch, reaching the southern neighborhoods. The neighborhood remains resistant to occupation after destroying 6 tanks before the incursion. And that's that. This is what we call it's the Gaza game plan, right? This is the ethnic cleansing. We're going to eventually turn it into a parking lot game plan. And like you're saying, Pasta, we're funding all this, and then our media is actually protecting this as they pretend to be all angry at Trump. Trump, how could you do this? We're all guilty of doing this. We're all allowing it. We're all the enablers. This is the ultimate enabling, right? We're the ones that need the intervention at this point, obviously, because we're enabling all of this, these war crimes, crime after crime, journalist after journalist, ethnic cleansing after ethnic cleansing. It goes on and on and on. And I'm frankly sick of it. I had to throw out one more of these. Israel gets away with anything they want. One more to put salt on a wound. We saw this report, guys. This is absolutely disgusting. But they are celebrating this one. This is a big win for the Zionists. Just in, Israeli Knesset passes death penalty law for Palestinian prisoners. That should say hostages, not prisoners, because they never go through a proper court procedures. So they're allowed to now legally just do a death penalty on them. The law does the following. It mandates death by hanging for Palestinians, and I'm going to do air quotes, convicted of killing Israelis. No pardon possible. Does not require a unanimous verdict. Execution carried out within 90 days of sentencing. And when I said that they are excited and celebrating, I'm not kidding.
You're not kidding.
We're going to show you guys the celebration here. It's pretty twisted.
כי הצעת חוק עונש מוות למחבלים תשפ"ו 2026 התקבלה בקריאה השנייה והשלישית והחוק ייכנס לספר החוקים של מדינת ישראל.
So that's the Israeli security chief Ben Gvir celebrating, high-fiving, and now after the proceedings, this is him with a glass of champagne. I kid you not, saying, "Soon we will count them one by one."
השר, על מה כל החגיגה?
מוות למחבלים עבר היום, חוק מוות למחבלים, היסטוריה, היסטוריה. בעזרת השם בקרוב, אחד אחד להוציא להורג, כל אלה שטבחו ורצחו ושרפו, לחיים, לחיי עם ישראל.
So I'm glad that Trump made the decision to invade and attack these guys. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. These are our friends. We went and attacked the other guys. These are our allies. I keep forgetting. I'm mixing it up, dude, because I'm like, for watching a movie, I'm like, these are the bad guys. Wait, no, these are our allies. I'm really confused. No, these guys are supposed to be our friends, and they're allowed to do whatever they want and cheers about it and say, yeah, we're just going to kill them all. And they're not, by the way, they're not prisoners. These Palestinians are being held hostage. They don't go through a real court proceeding. They're just picked up for whatever reason, given a fake charge, and they're held forever until whenever they're not. And in this case, apparently it's a mandated execution within 90 days, and they can just do it. No parole option, no nothing. Mandated execution, and they're celebrating it that they got that verdict. And so it's I guess would you say legal? Is this considered legal because they voted on it?
Well, the Spain's I believe prime minister spoke out against it and said this is illegal, right? This is leading to illegal acts for the UN. But what is the UN going to do? I mean, at least the UN is kind of looking into the 3 journalists that were killed in Beirut and stuff. But at the end of the day, you can only count on so much, right? You know, following international law, I think, is important at times because it does set a standard. You know, the Russians and the Chinese often refer to it too as well, saying, look, according to international law. But Israel is one of those countries, just like the United States, once they have their veto power, the United States, whatever, they don't have to pay attention to international law. And it doesn't seem like Israel cares whatsoever. So there's been some talk out against this, but this behavior right here is disgusting. And I hope Americans see that this is what you are funding. This is what you are supporting. This is what you are propping up. These are the guys who are potentially calling the shots, as Matt would talk about, you know, and a lot of other people talk about. They're running amok, right? They have an AIPAC representative for every single member of Congress here in the United States. This disgustingness is what you are supporting over there. And it is nothing but disgusting. I don't care in any way, shape, or form. Even if you wanted to get this passed, you know, you should be still upset and burdened by that and say, all right, we have no choice but to kill these people because they're going to grow up and be terrorists, if that's what you're saying. These guys are Chaim, and they're toasting and whatnot. Purely disgusting. Fucked up beyond the pale right now. Americans need to wake up.
Yeah. And I thought this might be a nice little cherry on top. You guys know the whole Western Wall thing where we send all of our politicians are forced to go and do their little bowing down, ass kissing to Israel. They all do it, right? If you don't do it, you're out. And there's always a ton of people lined up there, and there's a lot of, you know, intensity and emotion in the air. This is a shot from the Western Wall right now, recent, like I believe in the last 48 hours here. And I don't know. I've never seen anything like this, or at least people are saying it's never looked like this before. Nobody's there. Interesting. Is this a sign that the ability, the functionality of the greatness of this part of the world and the amazingness, as RFK Jr. says, the most diverse, the most embracing, the most, you know, human part of the Middle East, most democratic part of the Middle East. Is that facade fizzling? They're not able to maintain this theater at this wall right now. It's very interesting. I thought that was interesting. They have other things to do right now in Tel Aviv, or I'm not exactly sure the actual location of the wall, but I'm sure it's right in the Tel Aviv area. But it's pretty wild that no one's there. I just thought I should point that out. I don't think that's happened like this before. So it's interesting. We'll see. The masks are coming off. I don't know if we'll ever get back to how it was. Do you think, Pasta, there's any chance Israel can sweep this under the rug and get back to the way things were?
I don't know. I'd like to see, because I have seen pictures of Israel elsewhere, right? And I can tell you in South Florida, there's definitely been a lot of Israelis coming here to hang on out and hide on out from what's going on over there. You can see the influx of them here in South Florida. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it will ever get back. I don't know if anybody will want to get back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To me, it's hard to figure out how they're sending so many people to Beirut and to not to Beirut, to southern Lebanon, excuse me, as they're bombing Beirut. When they're constantly under attack and people are talking about they're in bomb shelters. I don't know. It's going to be interesting because, I'd like to see more about the damage that Iran is causing. I know the damage that we're causing in Iran is pretty bad, but to see if they'll get back or not, who knows? I know it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Well,
it's going to be tough.
Someone out there is rooting for you, Israel. Someone is. We're not, but
Israel.
Somebody wishes. There's people that wish they can go back and have us unsee what we saw, and just be able to play that game that we had a problem with genocide because we just don't like Jews. It's a crazy idea, but I don't think it's going back. I don't think it's going back. Craig Pasta, JARDULA, thanks for coming on today. We had some important conversations today, and we really appreciate it. Anything last you want to leave the viewers with before you go?
Truthwire tomorrow around 1 p.m. Eastern. Drive time tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. Come check it on out. Having a good time. And, we'll be back doing our thing. And pretty soon we'll be on the ground in Peru and Nicaragua and all those other countries observing these elections. So that's going to happen sooner than later. So come on over to the Truthwire. Hang on out tomorrow if you got some time.
Awesome. And, hey, I'm looking forward to the next COVID panel. That was awesome that we're
going to be doing it again soon. We're going to run it back. It back.
Very cool.
Definitely.
All right.
Later, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. Craig Pasta, JARDULA, everybody. Go check out Truthwire. We do have that COVID panel. It was basically part one or whatever. I don't even know if we call it part one, but it was the debut of it, and we're gonna do more. You can go over to Truthwire right now on Rumble, on YouTube, and check it out. It's I think the thumbnail, you can see it's the one with me and Pasta on it, and we had Rod Pacone on there as well, and Lila came on. So we had it was a nice discussion that we had there. So right now we're gonna set up for our next segments, guys. We're just getting started. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Homeless Left. We're just getting started. We're gonna be bringing in Jay Scott here in just a moment. I'm gonna do a little 2-minute bathroom break for you guys. Return a text, grab a drink. Setting up the next segment. We'll be right back with Jay Scott. And we got a bunch of stuff to get into. We got some World War III watch. We got some breaking news, guys. We got some breaking news. We're going to get to that right after this little break. Energy crisis, global economic collapse. We got a bunch of stuff. Oh, guess what else? We're going to look into some more of the Freemason stuff because a lot of other channels are missing that part. And that's why we like to bring Jay Scott on. So we'll be getting into all of that momentarily. So we'll see you guys back here in about 2.5. This is I'll play you guys out this one. This is a good one. Okay. See you guys in just a bit. All right, we are back. Gotta fix this thing. All right. A little behind the scenes action for you guys. Okay, here we go. Welcome back to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is a non-tribal approach to news network. The Homeless Left. We're homeless together with all you guys. Not just a non-tribal approach to news. It's a non-tribal approach to life. Really, every day. This is how we do things. We look at the world with our critical thinking skills, not checking in with our tribe to see what we're supposed to think, feel, and behave by what our tribal leader tells us. No, we're going to figure that out on our own. The next coming up here, I'm going to bring in our other co-host here, and we got some stuff to get into here. Just before I bring him in, just making sure our channels are good right now. I know Rumble's bit. I want to make sure we covered everything. Yeah, Rumble. Thank you guys on Rumble here, and YouTube's been a little bit of it's going to need a little jump kick today. You guys know our YouTube's actually been doing extremely well. We're lucky we haven't gotten any red flags on the channel, but you guys that are on there right now, we really appreciate it. We got some great super chats. Keep them coming in. We're going to be doing a talking back with you guys later on. Plus, we got a loudest voice of the week coming up after that later in the show. But first, let's get into some more Iran Iran. We got to say Iran. It's Iran. We got to get that right. Okay. We'll be getting into some more Iran stuff. We also have some breaking news. So I can't do it on my own. I got to bring in our co-host. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's poppin', Matt? You're doing good, man. Iran. You just got to say it like 3 times back to back. Iran, Iran, Iran. Once you say it enough, it'll just start rolling off the tongue. But
it's kind of like Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Just got to say it 3 times, and we'll see what happens. Right?
Exactly.
Okay.
There you go. So,
all right.
Yeah, say it 3 times in Israel becomes a non-apartheid state. I don't want to say disappears because that might get the YouTube channel
don't
pulled,
say.
but it becomes a non-apartheid state. All of a sudden, Palestinians get equal rights.
All of a sudden, Palestinians have a right to exist? That's weird. I don't remember ever that question being asked.
Yeah.
The only one that gets asked is whether Israel has the right to exist. It's bizarre why that's always the case. And so that's yeah. Oh, we got to get your picture there. Okay.
Yeah. Hold on. Still playing with the lighting over here, man.
Okay.
This apartment, it isn't as kind, like with the lighting as the last one, but I'll figure it out. Next episode, I'll be back.
Okay. All right. Very good. Oh, by the way, next episode on Thursday, we're gonna have a good one, guys. Don't miss our Thursday shows. Have been pretty hot lately. Thursday shows have been pretty hot. I think we're gonna have, because we had a little mix up last week, but we're gonna have a little scheduling problem. But now we've locked it in. We're gonna have Jake GTV joining us on Thursday, and it also seems, I think we're pretty much locked. Pretty much, that's a 99% locked. I'm giving myself a little breathing room. But Sergeant Brian McGinnis is gonna be with us. He's the guy who did the protest in the Senate. The senator broke his arm. We're gonna have him come on. Yeah, he's also running for office.
That's major.
Big deal.
That'll be great, man. And then I'm like this close to getting mayor reconfirmed. I got the dates a little bit mixed up, but I'm still reconfirming that whether I'll reach out to her again. So we'll have Dr. Bowden to talk about her victory, over here in Texas. So, we have so much bad news. You got to celebrate, the good news as it's happening. So make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel. We're listing off all these great guests and we're telling you what's coming next. And, if you're not subscribed, just do your best to hit that subscribe button, turn those notifications on, and then share the channel with a friend, because that's the only way we can fight back right now. We got to make sure everyone's informed about what's actually happening, because you're not going to get it from mainstream news, and there's too much to cut through on social media. We're doing it for you. Obviously, we're not telling you we have every answer, but we're summarizing a lot of the key points you need to know.
Yeah. And couple more super chats came in. We had some great ones up front, guys, so we love that. We love the super chats that came up almost immediately. But Citizen, you never let us down. Thank you so much. America's at standstill, rooting for Iran, waiting for November. Yeah, it does feel like a standstill, but people are still getting murdered. It's not like this ain't no ceasefire. It ain't no ceasefire, but we do know there's no negotiations happening. No negotiations, because when negotiations, you know how you know when a negotiation is happening, guys? Here's a little trick. Oh, I gotta read this one in a second. But here's a little trick. If you guys want to know if a negotiation is happening or not, here's how you can tell. If it's happening, you'll hear about somebody getting murdered, and it's going to be the person negotiating. If you didn't hear about a new murder, that means it's made up. There is no negotiation. Yeah, I figured it out.
Trump's negotiating with himself, man. He's looking in the mirror and, he's making a deal with himself. That's pretty much what's happening right here. He puts on an Iranian accent for half the conversation. That's how he negotiates.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to this. What to do if they keep subsidizing ISR after November?
I think he means the IRS.
So, that's what I figured. So, what do we do?
Jimmy Dore had an interesting guest, on his show the other day. I don't know if you caught that, Matt, but it was a guest that was claiming that, and again, I'm not saying this is true, so don't say you heard this from the homeless left, because I haven't looked into it that much, but the guest claims that apparently, unless you're a citizen of DC, or if you live in Washington, DC, or you own property there, then you're not technically required to pay taxes. And he says that he can teach people how to legally not do that. So I don't know personally if I believe it. That does seem like, a big loophole that they probably would have covered by now, but look into it, because maybe that's something we need to pursue a little bit more. And either way, it could be a good way to, protest what's going on right now. I mean, do we want to continuously fund warmongers, and pedophiles? So I just don't want to mislead people, and make people think, yeah, sure, you can get away with this. But if enough people do it at once, then we could be in a situation where we clog up the courts and, most of us make our statement and they can't prosecute all of us. So it's a good protest, but I just have to do more research to see if there's actually a legal way to do that or not. My gut feeling tells me that's too good to be true.
So just so people know, and I'm not an expert in this, but we already know, I'm a critical thinker, and we already know we know that if they need to print money, they print money. So let's I'm not saying throw this idea away, but it's more complicated than my tax dollar goes to this war. If I don't pay taxes, they don't have the money for the war. No, that's actually not true. So once you understand the mechanism of printing money out of nowhere, then you will understand that they don't actually need our money for it. So yes, in principle, I don't want them taking the actual dollar bill from my hand and putting it into a bomb. I get that. And that's a principle to stand behind. I never signed up for that. I'm not okay with it. However, the reason they actually want us to pay taxes isn't because they need our money for war. They're going to print it anyway. They want us to suffer when we're doing our taxes, when we're sweating bullets on April 15th, when we can't afford our rent, they want us suffering. That's the only reason they want us paying taxes. So when we stand up and say, we don't want to go into this or that, they still get to do their war. They still get to murder people. They're just noticing, wait a minute, are these guys going to actually start using the money they worked hard for into their lives?
When they print the money, it's supposed to be backed by us, because they have to issue bonds to do it. And it's supposed to be backed by us paying it back. So if there was a mass, strike and Americans paying back that federal debt, it would cause issues in the long run. And it does remove at least part of our complicity, because now, yes, we're voting for the politicians who were guilty of it, but we're also handing our money that partially funds it. So you're right, they are printing the majority of it, but there is some of our money going towards that for sure. So if we remove that part of it, I feel like that must at least be good for karma,
I think that's a good starting point. Just the karma element and right and wrong, and we're talking about principle. Absolutely, but I'm saying they're not going to be mad. I'm just be prepared if we do this. If it happens, they're not going to be mad at us because we're stopping them from murdering people. They're going to be mad at us because it means that we're standing up to power. We're standing up to our captors. We're standing up for our right as human beings to have these basic fundamental rights of being able to live a comfortable life and the pursuit of happiness. That's the thing that's going to infuriate them. Just to be clear, that's what will get them mad. Not the part about, wait, we can't murder people now because these guys had a problem with it. No, they're going to do the murdering. It's going to happen.
It could present a problem for them. I do think you're right. I don't know if it's an instant fix, but if that was to happen for multiple years, I do actually think it presents a problem, because then the debt cannot be backed up by our wages anymore if we're not paying into that. So worth looking into, worth exploring. I just can't guarantee that if only one person does it, that one person won't get into legal problems. But if enough of us, if enough of us do it at the same time, maybe. So
I like it. I'll go check out the Jimmy Dorsey. I have to see that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. And we'll end with this one. We're going to get into some breaking news, guys. Hold on to your seats for the breaking news. But one more from a citizen here. You know what? I do know that, we appreciate you send us videos and clips and stuff. We really appreciate your I guess, proactiveness in this space with us. And we wish more of you guys out there was like this, like citizen, very proactive. This video you sent, since you mention it, it does have a little Titanic reference. It's got a lot of great references. It's one of the best Lego videos we've seen coming out of Iran. And it was only on YouTube. We found it on YouTube, not on Twitter. No one was sharing it out. So we're going to share it out with you guys at the end of the show. It's going to be our outro. So you guys are going to get to watch it. If you stick around to the end, you're going to see the outro with the Lego film. And this one is called One Vengeance for All. It's a Lego AI film.
Irani Wood is on point, man. They have been putting out some pretty funny, cartoons. They've had English rap song. I just saw, I think it was like a Persian rap song talking about it too. But yeah, man, I had sent you that one too. Hardest diss track in hip hop since Hit 'Em Up from Tupac, man. Like that was pretty good video. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's actually a good song too. LOSER. That's Trump's new name according to the song, and I thought it did a pretty good job of hitting them. So maybe you could add that to the outro for the next video or something like that. I don't know how you want to work it, but it was good. It was fun.
Oh, we have to have a big outro for Thursday, because Thursday it sounds like we're gearing up on Thursday to have a triple threat lineup of guests. That's gonna be nuts if that happens. But at least two. We at least get 2 out of 3. We'll see. We'll see if we can do it. But this Rumble rant just came in. I got to make sure, because we have to copy and paste them from Rumble. But thank you, Ed Rams. We really appreciate it. Thanks for all your hard work, man. You guys do the work for us. Power to the people. Hell yeah. I forgot to capture the $10 Rumble rant. Thank you so much, Ed Rams. We really appreciate you, man. We know you've been around on our Rumble channel for a long time, and it helps us because people get to, when you do this stuff, guys, it gets other people get to see it. The censorship machine can only do so much. The surveillance state can only do so well. The surveillance state can do anything they want, but as far as the suppressing us from being seen, we have an ability to fight back that algorithm. And the more comments, the more Rumble rants, super chats, the more subscriptions. They can unsubscribe you, but you can subscribe back. They can try and silence us on an algorithm, but you guys fight back. And that's how we were able to get 118,000 people watched
on the live stream.
On the live stream on a Thursday 2 weeks ago. Last week was 47,000. So we're in the thousands now on Thursdays. We're trying to get Tuesdays up to that as well. So we'll see how that goes. But you guys, everything you guys do helps us. It's not just a couple dollars coming to the thing, and I appreciate your hard-earned money, but it's not just the money. It's helping us fight this machine that they're keeping us all down. When we challenge the war machine, we challenge the imperialist class, we challenge the Zionists, we challenge the pedo class, the psychopath billionaire warmongering nut jobs that run the world. That's why we need you guys, and we appreciate all of it. Okay, moving on. I've been building up the breaking news, but I mean, you could argue it was breaking yesterday, but hey, here we are. And we need to cut to this. This is a Charlie Kirk update for you guys. We're gonna play it in here. Here we go. We have some breaking news here on the homeless left. It looks like Utah County Sheriff, the one who brought in Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson, he abruptly resigns on the same day as a court filing, which reveals a shocking new claim about the Charlie Kirk case, which is in the court proceeding, the pre-court proceedings right now. And all this happened on the same day. Let's get into it. This is the sheriff himself. If you guys remember this guy, maybe you don't, we'll remind you. This is the Washington County Sheriff, Nate Brooksby, who submitted his resignation and announced his retirement after 30 years. That's interesting that he wouldn't stick around for one of the biggest trials of his career, that he played a major role. And if you guys want to remember what role, if you didn't know, now you know, what major role did he play? He actually was the guy that told us he got the dude that admitted that he did it. He confessed. Well, he confessed to this sheriff, but hasn't confessed to his lawyers or to the court. That's weird, right? But let's replay. If you guys want to remember, this is the story this dude told us back in last September after Charlie Kirk's assassination.
11th, I received a call from a friend of mine who happens to be a retired detective that worked for me for many years. I didn't put that out there initially. I wanted to protect that individual as much as possible. Unfortunately, in the court documents, which is standard, he was referenced as a retired Washington County deputy. So I didn't put that out there. It was in the court docs. I was trying to protect even that information and just saying retired law enforcement in general. So I get a call from my friend, and his said, "Hey, how you doing?" Good. And it's not, he's been retired a few years. We'll call each other. It's not unusual for me to get a call from him or vice versa. And at 8:02, p.m. He calls me. Hey, I can tell his voice is kind of shaky. So my first thought is, who died? Like who's he going to tell me that died? And then I couldn't fathom what actually came out of his mouth. So he said, hey, I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is. I know the family through religious association, and he's in Washington County now, and we're working on trying to get him to come in voluntarily.
And they pulled it off. Apparently, if you hear the rest of the story, they got him to admit he did it, and case closed, man. You got the guy confessing and everything. Except the problem is he didn't actually confess, but somehow they got him in custody. So there's something weird about that story. But if I don't understand why the dude is retiring when this is such a big moment, maybe it's because this happened at the same time. Yeah. So the Utah County Sheriff who brought in Tyler Robinson abruptly resigns. And this happened on the same day that it was revealed that the bullet is not a match for the gun. Wait, what? What is the reveal? Well, apparently, and this is Daily Mail put this out yesterday, the bullet used to kill Charlie Kirk did not match rifle allegedly used by the suspect, Tyler Robinson, in a new filing from the claims. So that's weird, right? How did that check out that way? Or at least it's in the court filings, and it's the same day this guy is retiring. Really strange. I know who's going to have a word to say about this, and that's Candace Owens. But before that, Jay, you want to chime in on this? What's your thoughts seeing this all happen at the same time? Total coincidence or what?
Yeah, I mean, definitely not a coincidence. At the end of the day, one big difference between today and the JFK assassination is how much more social media we have and how much people's faces who were involved are going to be plastered all over the internet. And I can't picture, what the sheriff's face now, who arrested Lee Harvey Oswald, looks like. And I don't know who that is, but this guy, his face is going to be more and more famous the more he doubles down on this. And just to touch on how they may have gotten that confession, when they arrest you, they keep you in this room, they pressure you, they tell you, listen, we know you did it. You're going to get the chair. If you don't confess to this right now, you're going to get the death penalty. You'll be executed within a few years. But if you tell us you did it, we won't go for the death penalty, and maybe you'll get parole one day, and then you can get back to your life. So they probably coerced it out of him. And hypothetically speaking, that's one possibility of how they did it. But long story short, the explanation that we've been given about this magic bullet makes it even more magical than the JFK magic bullet theory that was supposed to have created 11 entry and exit wounds between JFK and the governor who was right next to him. It said one bullet went in and out of a body 11 times, like between these two people. And that's real. If you guys don't remember that, go look it up. Just type in magic bullet theory and you'll see how ridiculous it sounds. With this Charlie Kirk assassination, one of the explanations I'm hearing coming from them is the bullet entered his neck, bounced off the back of his neck, hit his spine, and went straight down, or entered the spine, hit the spine, and then went straight down. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, the coroner told us that he was Superman. He never seen anybody built like the dead body who he deals with every day of his job. There was something special about Charlie Kirk's body. He was built like Superman, and that's why there was no exit wound. So there was right?
Exactly. And think about how many books have been written about the JFK assassination and how anybody who looks into it usually comes to the same conclusion. Whatever they told us was not true. Does this guy, who's the head of the police, really want to go down and give people even more content? Because he's already going to be included in this story now. And the longer he doubles down, the more he's going to be featured in this story going forward. So my guess is that's probably why he separated himself from this a little bit, because he knows that the longer he's in this, the more famous he's going to become, but not for the wrong reasons. You don't want to be famous for the wrong reasons.
No, not at all. All right. Well, let's see. We want to hear from Candace herself on where she's at on this whole thing. Shadow of Israel put this out. Candace says she's ready to testify in Charlie Kirk's assassination to defend Tyler Robinson. Well, now would be the best time to do that. Now that we're getting these court filings that the gun doesn't match the effing the bullet doesn't match the effing rifle. Okay, so she insists there's no solid evidence linking him to the shooting, calling Robinson nothing more than a patsy set up by the FBI. Where have we heard that before? Lee Harvey Oswald, right? The patsy. He told us that before they murdered him, right? I'm a patsy, and then they killed him. I'm 99.9. That's a good percentage. I like 99.9. It's better than 100. It's also better than 99.8. I love it. 99% sure that Tyler Robinson did not shoot Charlie Kirk from that rooftop alone. My goal is to find Charlie's real killer. That sounds like a good goal for anybody. You don't even have to know the guy. It just sounds like a goal that a normal person should have if they have a means to achieve that goal, or at least help in achieving that goal. Let's hear just a clip of what she put out there, because I like her intensity on this. I'll just play a minute of it. Here it is.
Sit on the defense side and say, this person told me that the feds planted the gun. This person told me that the bomb dogs couldn't find it. How can you sit back and pretend that you are like a friend of Charlie Kirk because you're trying to get a patsy put into prison? Like, you guys are completely monstrous and pretending that you're on the side of morality. There was an overwhelming amount of evidence that the feds set this kid up as a patsy. Okay? Everyone in the town, all the local sheriff departments, the SWAT team, they believe that the feds came in and they started lying and they were sending people on wild goose chase, and they, said the gun was here and they said it was over there. There was no gun. They didn't want the bomb dogs to go into certain places. Like I said, I am not getting this information from people that do not have the credibility to assert that. That's how I got the pictures inside of the car. Okay, I am speaking to people with firsthand intimate knowledge, and they all believe that the feds set this up. So how are there people out there saying otherwise? Why wouldn't I testify for the defense? I want to find Charlie's real killer. I don't want to find some random kid that they're sticking this on.
That's how you get justice. Yep. Like, for the guy, anything short of that is not justice for Charlie Kirk. And she's talking about the other people who claim to be Charlie's friends. Again, I don't want to, talk about the grieving widow, but she is the one who is saying, oh yeah, FBI did a great job. They already got it figured out. So she is even worse than Candace, because she is married to the man. Yep. And she is perpetuating this lie too. And we all know it doesn't make any sense. So I just don't understand how they think they'll be able to control the narrative this much that you won't go down as one of the most hated people in history, moving forward, especially by the conservatives and by the people who looked up to Charlie Kirk. And I didn't like Charlie Kirk that much while he was alive. After he died, I found out more about his switch at the end of his life to standing up to power more. So I appreciate that. But there are people who love that man his whole life while he was alive. And you are going to go down in their minds as one of the most evil people who helped his killers escape justice. Because this is a conspiracy, in my opinion. This isn't one person. This is a group of people, probably a fairly, not large, but a good sized group of people who have to coordinate to pull this thing off.
Well, look, you're 100% right about Candace. And looking back on history, I mean, you can make any claim about her personal relationship, this, and she had a vendetta against Turning Points, that. None of that effing matters. Everything she just said in that clip, that matters. That's about seeking justice. 100% right. History will look back and say, what side were you on when it came to seeking truth in this scenario? And we didn't have the internet for JFK, so we weren't able to do it. But if we did, if there wasn't anybody like Candace doing this for JFK, if we had the internet back then, it would be disgusted feeling in my stomach if that's what we had to learn about. Wait, you're telling me we had a president killed, we had the internet, and the people that were looking into it were bullied and shamed, and then they just gave up? Did that happen? No, you don't give up. You keep going. That's what she's doing. So that's the right thing. I'll just ask you this, Jay, with or without Candace, my question from a legal point of view is, moving forward, even if she is not anywhere near that courtroom, how the hell does the prosecution have any case whatsoever right now with Tyler Robinson? How the hell can you even do a case? How does this thing even pan out when you have no effing evidence? What type of jury, but beyond a reasonable doubt, could convict this kid with everything we know up till now, with or without Candace in that courtroom?
I have no idea. Like, I don't know how they're planning to pull this off. Unless they're planning on threatening everyone in the jury to like convict this guy. I really don't know, like how they're going to pin this on him, because nothing makes sense. Even when you watch the video of him jumping off the roof, he doesn't have a gun that big. When you look at the amount of time it would have taken for that gun to be broken down, there is no time. Like, has to be one of the easiest defense cases like that I've heard about in a while. And it's a shame that the establishment has this little respect for us, that they're telling us this story in real time and expecting us to believe it. But the truth is, mainstream media has moved on from this. They're not really questioning that timeline of events. And if you go on mainstream media and you question it, you're just brushed aside. That is like, it's disrespectful to Erica, they'll tell you. And, you just need to, the FBI has it covered. Just trust the Fed. So, it truly is amazing, how many holes the story has, yet we're still expected to not question it.
Man. Well, we'll keep you guys posted on this. You guys know we've been covering this the whole way since September. We'll obviously stay on it for you. So that's the news for now on that one. Okay, Jay, I think we're ready for some World War III watch here. I think we're all set up. Let's get into it. Here we actually, hold on. Did I miss a comment? I just want to make sure. Oh, this is Citizen. Come on. I didn't pick Jay. It just happened to work out this way. Come on. What are you talking about? Sometimes look, schedules, stories. Don't you go implying that there was some deliberate decision here.
I think you and Craig have like come closer to the same page on Charlie Kirk anyway. So it seems like there's some more understanding there than there was before.
I think the understanding is that sometimes as journalists, we have priorities. And I think that I accept his stance that he has priority stories that he puts work into and ones he doesn't. So yeah, I think that even at this point, you're right. We kind of, I think he understands more. We go for understanding, right? That's what we do on the show. We go for understanding. You guys do that at your own lives. We want you to do that. We're not trying to win debates. We're not trying to be the winner. Ding, ding, ding. We won. We want to go for understanding. So I think you're right, Jay. Pasta and I have achieved understanding, which we didn't have before. So the understanding is that Pasta prioritizes his stories that he's looking into. This happens to not be one of them. Okay. I actually get it. So that's why you and I talking about it, you and I put more work into it. So it's going to be a more layered conversation, because he has other conversations that are more layered, because that's the tension. We only have 24 hours in the day. I guess that's what I learned from this. It was my big aha moment with Pasta, and I get it. Like, exactly.
Now, if you take me off the AI stories, then I might have to come back to Citizen, and see if there's anything to that. But no, I'm just playing. Come on, man.
But that's another good point. Like we
debate too. So that's part of a good show, right? You don't want everyone to agree on everything all the time. You got to be able to debate points, go back and forth, and see if you can find that middle ground. So we all have our debate, Citizen. That's exactly part of the game.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be getting into some other of your specialties, Jay. I know we're going to be doing a Freemason story in just a little bit from here, but let's get into, I think it's time for the World War III watch. Here we go. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it. It's already freaking started. We know that for a fact it started because the U.S. Marines are being told to prepare for combat. Prepare your family. This is the ground invasion is nigh. It's nigh. This is the letter that went out. I'm not going to zoom in on it. You guys don't, but the basic premise is, prepare your family. This is official. This is happening. We're ready to go murder some people on the ground, throwing bombs on schoolgirls and blowing them in their body parts off each other, double taps, triple taps. That's not enough. It's now time for hand-to-hand armed combat, right to the face, bullet in the skull. It's time to get it going. The problem is, well, first of all, we're doing this on our own. Israel's not doing it. Just to be clear, Israel
That is
media reports
amazing. That is like, before you get into this, really think, man, about what Matt is about to say right here, because this doesn't benefit America. But go ahead.
Yeah. So this is what's happening on the Israeli side, because they're spread a little thin. They got some ethnic cleansing going on in Lebanon. They still are finishing up that parking lot in Palestine. They got Palestinians to murder legally now, execute them, the Palestinian prisoners that are in Israel. They're celebrating that. They have bombs dropping on Tel Aviv too. They got a lot going on. So you can imagine, when we heard this from Israeli media, that if the U.S., which they are, apparently they are, if the U.S. carries out the ground operation in Iran, it would have to go at it alone with Israeli forces not participating on the ground. Now, I don't want to just chalk this up to what I just said, all those other things that they're basically preoccupied with, because they are. They got you got a lot on your plate when you're invading 7 countries at the same time, all your effing neighbors. That's a lot to handle. If you were doing that in your own neighborhood, it'd be hard to to put together a family meeting and do anything constructive around the house if you were actively bombing the shit out of 7 neighbors on your block. We get it. It's a lot to take on. But putting that aside, they've never been with us on the ground. So let's just be clear. They weren't there with us in Iraq, right? Mm-hmm. They weren't with us anywhere else. The Syria thing, now that's a little this and that, but Afghanistan, no.
I don't think they went there with us. I think they went and seized the territory after our terrorists did the dirty work for them. So, yes. But yeah, you see, Matt, they specialize in killing women and children. So when you try to make them fight like an actual army that's combat ready, that's not their specialty. That's not what they're good at. So, women and children is who the IDF specializes in killing.
Now I think you're onto something, because Palestine, they did do that not on their own, but they initiated that because why? There wasn't an army to fight, because it wasn't a war. It was a massacre. It's not a war when one side doesn't have an actual state and doesn't have a military, right? That's not a war. So when a side has a military, they like us to go in, because they're not equipped to actually do war stuff. They can only murder women and children and rape them and put on their clothes and do Instagram posts.
Or civilians too. As long as you're unarmed and you can't defend yourself and they have the upper hand, then they're good to go. They'll bomb men with planes too, as long as they can't fire back. So they just need to have that complete upper hand. They can't take anyone in 1-to-1 combat.
So this is what the troops are doing to prepare, and it is kind of sad to see, but this is the preparing happening right here. Let's watch that again, and I want you guys to see when the shot first. You can see the military gentleman standing in front. Look at the look in his expression on his face. You got your hands behind your back. You're in formation. You're not supposed to really be moving. You're supposed to, but I guess you're allowed to give a hug, but you have to look forward. Look at the expression on their faces if you can catch it in this vertical. Oh my God. Wow, this is getting real, man.
One thing I want people to realize, now war is never easy, so I don't mean to downplay what any of our previous troops have gone into, but this is the first war, I believe, that we're fighting since World War II, where America does not have complete dominance over the skies, where airplanes can't fly freely above head and bomb people without worrying about being shot down. So the level of capability of the Iranian army far surpasses Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, all these other places we've destroyed. Iran is by far the most dangerous opponent that our army will be fighting head on. And it's so sad seeing what we're about to not just do to the Iranian people and the Iranian soldiers, but also to our own soldiers. This is going to be the deadliest mission and the deadliest war that we've engaged in since World War II.
And if you look at that, I was just saying to look at those faces, because this is not the look you get at the beginning of any of these other wars. And you're mentioning it's not the look. This is the look of, this isn't the look of fear. This is the look of, well, there's certainly fear, but the fear is based on the sentiment that we're not doing the right thing. And that's where you can really doubt yourself. If you're doing the right thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And sorry, really quick, just to build on that. In every other war, our soldiers probably, there were more people who thought that we were actually defending America and doing the right thing. And these people are not insulated from social media and from the rest of the conversation. They must have an idea about what people are saying and about Iran's capabilities. So they are probably a much larger percentage of them going into this believe they're on the wrong side. So exactly what you said, Matt. And it's so sad because imagine the internal conflict that must be going on in a lot of their heads right now.
So I'm going to double down on this point. This is very important. Let's not fall for the fact that because people are it's so obvious and you can see it all over the faces of these poor young men that we are on the wrong side. We're doing the wrong thing. This is not okay. This particular situation is not unique in that regard, that it's the only time we're wrong. What is unique about it is that people like us, I'm not trying to pat ourselves on the back here. I'm saying we're in a space, we have technology available where we can pull that curtain back for the first time. Guess what, guys? Every one of them has been bullshit. Every one. But because we didn't have the ability to communicate using technology and being loud like we're doing, they were easily susceptible. Plus, previous administrations like Bush and Cheney in our lifetimes, and we don't have to go back to Vietnam, we can talk about Bush and Cheney, they had a much more concrete and solid way to sell it. Their talking points were well more prepared. And so even though the internet existed then, we were still like, no, we have to get revenge for 9/11. It was they were a lot better. They plotted it a lot cleaner, a lot more precise. So that's what we're experiencing right now. But let's not fall for this uniquely is wrong. Let's get back to the way things were. No, this is the moment where we say this is wrong. This is the moment we say it was always wrong. We were always the bad guy every effing time. And we can make a whole case for World War II, and we could do a whole episode on that. We probably should, but I'll leave that out of I'll leave that out just for now, so people don't get upset. But anything after World War II, without a doubt, we were wrong. But the look in the military, in those soldiers' faces going in, that's a tell that we are doing something right. We are getting the message out. They know it, and they don't want to do this, not because they're afraid, independently afraid. It's because they know this is effing wrong, and we don't have to wait 20 years to figure it out. So we need to remember this and not just chalk it up to Trump uniquely is doing something wrong. Trump uniquely is doing something loud and unprepared. Let's take advantage of that and tell people it's always been bullshit. So that's my take there. There are soldiers standing up. These are some Marines. Just to be clear, there are U.S. Marines that are filing emergency conscious objector claims in an effort to avoid deployment in the ongoing war against Iran. Very smart of them. Very cool. That's a good thing. That's not cowardly. That's not dodging the draft or doing something, this is a good idea. And I hope that more and more are looking into how they can fight back and not be doing these horrible hugs to their family as they go into territory that fighting people who are fighting the Epstein class, the pedo class. They're what you're supposed to, we have to go and aim our guns at them. The people that are trying to rid the world of this psychotic ball worshiping child eaters. Yeah.
And not only are they fighting those guys, they're actually blowing up the surveillance dystopia infrastructure, as we're about to get into, next. But yeah, so again, I'm not wishing death on anybody. I wish this could be resolved without going to war, but it's hard for me to be mad at Iran, at what Iran is doing right now. And if you make me pick between who I hope is successful, between Israel and Iran, you know where I land on that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, here's another reveal of what's happening in the White House when you got the Secretary of War leading everybody in a Christian prayer or some Judeo-Christian Zionist prayer. It's so bizarre. And listen to the words he uses. There's something really twisted about this. This doesn't seem like what we're about, man. This doesn't.
It's going Old Testament.
This is so bad. Yeah, this is okay. We'll let him do it. This is our Secretary of War, the guy who says we bring bombs and death and destruction, and we negotiate with bombs. Tell us about how peace works.
The logisticians, the intel analysts, the targeters, the sustainers, the flight crews, the air defenders, the base security, those maintainers. So we walked up at sunset with the chill in the air on the flight line. May God watch over all of them, each day and each night. May his almighty and eternal arms of providence stretch over them and protect them and bring them peace. What? In the name of Jesus Christ. And amen. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Wow. Bring them peace, right? The death and destruction folks want God and Jesus to bring them peace. Wow. That's our Secretary.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's so amazing to me that these people claim to be Christians because, you can interpret the Old Testament in plenty of ways for sure. But what Jesus was supposed to specifically do was make it so God didn't have to punish us, the way that he was doing in the Old Testament. So if you're claiming to be Christian and you still think that it's God's will for you to engage in war, then you really need to reread Jesus's words and get a better understanding for what the New Testament and what Jesus are supposed to represent.
Yeah. This was an interesting one that went viral regarding the soldiers that are getting ready to die for not a good cause. What are they doing for their last not their last meal, but their last chance at normal everyday fun? I guess you go to the strip club. I guess that's what they. So here you go. This is an account from one of the strippers that she'll tell you what she noticed, and she says I'm not trying to spread any misinformation. I just want to tell you what I'm experiencing here and let you guys know. And this went viral.
Strip club next to several military bases, and something I have noticed lately is all the military guys are coming in and they're spending all of their money, and they're just it's sad, they're kind of depressed, and they're just coming in oh yeah, we're gonna have fun, we're getting, what is it called, deployed, we're getting deployed next week, or this is happening. I don't know. I don't want to spread misinformation or anything, but it's just a lot of them are really kind, and to see these young guys that look like my pinky toe, they're like fetuses coming in and then dancing with them and then being bye, and then it's actually making me emotional. It's fucked up.
Wow. Yeah. It is kind of emotional. She was innocently sharing that. This is obviously not a political girl. She's just saying this is what is happening right now, and it doesn't have any vibe like you're saying. This is no vibe like any other war when we're about to go in and troops are supposed to be pumped and let's do it. And if you're gonna hit the strip club, you're gonna be yeah, we're doing this for you. We're fighting for your right to do your job. That none of that doesn't seem to be happening. It seems to be the death and destruction that this prayer leader, psychopath, war mongerer, Secretary of War, who tells us we do death and destruction and negotiate with bombs. Yeah, this is what's happening. This is how the troops respond to that messaging. It's doom and gloom, really. That's what we're seeing.
It's truly sad.
Yeah. Let's look at some of our allies and how they're responding right now, because this is not just a U.S. military problem. This is going beyond that to our European allies. They're supposed to be our allies, but Hard to be an ally right now, isn't it? Isn't it? Well, according to the Daily Mail, how Europe has turned its back on Trump. Well, here's some examples. Italy blocks U.S. bomber from landing. Spain closes airspace. And Poland denies Patriots' request as furious president lashes out at UK and UE.
France also is denying our request too.
Yeah.
So, and France is one of the biggest military powers, you know, in Europe. Not that they're that powerful, but they, out of the European powers, they are one of the biggest. So, literally, the majority of the EU is just like, nah, we're not getting involved in that one. Good luck, though.
Yeah. Another one to point out is Turkey. Turkey, let me see here. I got it looks like Turkey is standing with Iran as well.
And this is a NATO member. So this is another country that's supposed to be part of NATO. Now, I have heard you know, generals and people who are veterans who have experience like in NATO missions say that Turkey is only NATO on paper. And in reality, a lot of the time, they're not too much, you know, part of NATO. But on paper, they are definitely part of NATO.
And I think this is a pretty damn big deal for Turkey to be saying this at this point. So let's read this through. This is a big announcement. The attack by the United States and Israel, an attack by two madmen. Wow, one madman named Trump, the other madman named Netanyahu. Trump is a pariah, and Netanyahu is today's Führer. Wow. Iran is standing up to this Führer and this pariah. We stand with Iran. We are together with Iran, a Muslim country. Iran is our neighbors, a country we've had no problems with since the Qatar agreement. Okay, they accuse them of being mullahs. They accuse them of mullah rule. Well, then why don't you accuse Israel of being these things, right? Why don't you? Okay, well, that's going fast. The state of the world. Israel established a Sharia state in the name of, well, that's going really fast. Supposedly in the name of Judaism. Well, that's why it's good he's saying this. It's supposedly in the name of Judaism, but it wasn't. If there's a danger today, Israel is that danger. Second, the rulers of the U.S. want to create a religious state today. They're also a regime of evangelical preachers, a country doing therapy sessions in the Oval Office. And that's exactly what they're doing. He's calling it right. It's therapy sessions in the Oval Office. I just did that shit on RT, by the way. I literally I went on RT, Jay. I don't know if you saw. I played a clip of part of it earlier, but I said this is Trump doing a therapy session in the Oval Office. He was switching off from therapy to Whose Line Is It Anyway performance. It was back and forth, armchair with a psychologist, or whether he was doing an improv monologue. What am I saying? The Republic of Turkey needs to help Iran. Iran has been under attack for a long time. Homes are being destroyed, hospitals demolished, schools razed, children killed. Do they really need food? 2, do they need shelter? Do they need tents? Where is AFAD? Where's the Red Cross? Where the aid is being provided for this? Why aren't campaigns being launched? Where are the NGOs and the political parties? Why was it the duty of the NGOs to show sensitivity about Palestine and Gaza? And I thank them very much, despite all kinds of government obstacles. They did what was necessary. Secondly, we must also show our sensitivity toward Iran here. Especially Turkey needs to show it. For this reason, I invite Iran's NGOs, the government, and parties to provide aid and organize campaigns for whatever needs they have, together with diplomacy. I know that's a tough word. We don't really get to hear that much here. So you guys, if you don't know what diplomacy is, look it up. Our last several presidents haven't mentioned that word. I think since Jimmy Carter. Maybe Bill Clinton threw it in here and there. But Reagan gets to talk about it. But we haven't heard that word in a long time. Not just Trump, just so you guys know. Not just Trump.
They don't do diplomacy. Like Pete Hegseth said, your new policy is negotiate with bombs.
That's it. And you know what? Isn't that the actual definition of terrorism? Terrorists negotiate with bombs. Isn't that
indiscriminate bombs, like, school children, like, and then you try and blame it on themselves, like, oh yeah, no, we didn't shoot them. Iran's own shot their own school by mistake. It was one of their failed missiles. Well, considering the news that we're seeing out of Israel is that 80% of Iranian, missiles are not being intercepted and directly hitting their target, it seems like they're pretty capable of not shooting their own schoolgirls.
Yeah.
So.
And you found this one about Lockheed Martin doing their propaganda. So let's bring this one up. Make sure I got my cursor on the right one. So hold on. There we go. So it looks like Tennessee Holler, as U.S. bombs drop on schools in Iran, Lockheed Martin rakes in mountains of taxpayer cash and posts weapon porn videos on Twitter about the missiles used to do it. Follow the money. So here's some of the examples here.
Isn't that cool, Matt? Look how deadly it looks. Imagine how many schoolgirls we can blow up, with those transformer bombs that, we're launching at them. So
it is disgusting, man. Aren't we sick of this shit? I don't know how do they have test audiences for this? Is there anybody going, yeah, oh yeah, I'm in? I mean, especially the optics right now. It'd be hard. I don't know if they don't care about test audience. They just do it. They just whip those graphics up. But how could anyone be excited about this? And by the way, we know the conservatives aren't excited about this either. We know that. They're very, at best, they're a little skeptical. So how do you take a skeptical, hardcore conservative right now, play this Lockheed Martin crap, and they're going to go, oh, I was skeptical, but when I saw this from Lockheed Martin, I got a little more excited. How? I don't get it. Who's this for? Yeah.
You see, the issue is we've had more contact with the Muslim world now, so their propaganda doesn't land the same as it did in the early 2000s, fresh after 9/11. And the only people it's still working on are the people who haven't figured out that Iran is not ISIS and, they can't, and Al-Qaeda. And I guess, some of that propaganda is still left in a few people's minds. Like they think all Muslims, kind of act like that, with exception of maybe a couple. They think the majority of Muslims are like that. So those are the only people I think who are still like supporting this kind of action. So, and they're in the very small minority because the war is deeply unpopular.
Yeah. Well, look, this is a battle. This is a battle for the hearts and minds of American citizens, of Western citizens. We seem to be winning overall, but Trump's going to double down. He's going to keep lying about all his shit, about his, oh, I got gifted boats. That never happened. He's going to keep just making lies up about negotiation, which isn't happening. They're going to keep, contradicting themselves over and over, keep distracting with speeches about Sharpies or whatever. But this isn't going to end until Iran gets their deals made, gets their they made demands, and that there's no way around this. So in the meantime, Iran's going to keep putting out these AI videos. Those are awesome, but as long as people are in the street doing NoKings stuff, saying, okay, we just need to stop Trump, they're not understanding that this is we're showing that the entire mechanism is hitting a wall, and I don't think there's any way around this. And you know what? We're just gonna have to see what happens next year. But I'll finish this segment with one piece of. Does this qualify as good news? I'm not advocating for any death or destruction, but we're not going to call it good news. We're just going to say it's not the worst. We'll just say this: it's not the worst news we've heard today. Breaking: Iran says it will bomb Palantir, Oracle, and other major Western firms, declaring them legitimate targets. Holy crap.
I saw a video from Alex Karp earlier this morning saying, conspiracy theorists, what you guys don't know is I'm actually defending you. So all this attacking you're doing of me, I'm the last thing standing between you and your right to freedom of speech being taken away. There was a clip of him going around saying, was that new? Did you see that before or no? I don't know.
I have not seen Alex Jones say specifically that.
No, Alex Karp. Alex Karp.
I'm sorry. I was talking about Alex Jones with with Craig Pasa earlier, so I misheard you. Okay. Alex
yeah.
Karp. No, I have not seen anybody say. Are you saying specifically Alex Karp saying that he's
He
defending
said
the right
that
of
he's
me
tired of being attacked by conspiracy theorists, and that Palantir is actually protecting our right and our freedom of speech. And without Palantir protecting us, then like our freedom of speech will be taken away. So we need to thank him.
Insane.
We need to thank him. That's what Alex Karp is saying.
Well,
and
Alex Karp, yeah. Go ahead.
I hope he's right. Like I hope he does protect freedom of speech. But part of that also means that you are going to be criticized as part of that freedom of speech. And I want people to criticize my opinions and things I push for too. You did that last show, Matt. You disagreed with me. I would like Alex Karp to tell me where I'm getting it wrong. Go ahead. Tell us, Karp. Where are we getting it wrong? Let's have a conversation. And then I'd love to see him respond to the actual criticisms. But of course, he just ignores the real criticisms and keeps going about his business. So, it is funny. Iran has declared all these businesses that are part of the American war machine. They're called dual purpose companies because Google obviously isn't only a company that's involved with war, but they also are part of the war machine now. So they're going after dual purpose companies of America the same way how America has been going after dual purpose companies in Iran, because we have bombed their steel plants. Steel is used for a lot more than just weapons. We're bombing their universities, their schools, because I guess they can train engineers who wind up building weapons. Sure, they train doctors and nurses too, but we're bombing them because there are engineers there, who wind up going into defense. So if we're bombing their civilian infrastructure, they're like, you know what? We are also going to bomb infrastructure that assists with the American war machine. So it's hard to blame them, considering they are being reactive, and they could have been proactive. They could have started out by saying, we're not even going to wait for you guys to do this. We're going to start bombing Palantir and IBM and Microsoft, because all these companies are involved in the war machine. They waited until we did it to them first. And now they're responding to us doing it. And they're saying the only way to avoid this is to stop the targeted assassinations. But every time we continue assassinating their leaders, they're going to bomb more and more of our dual purpose, infrastructure. So it's really hard to blame them, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on this. That's World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. Jay, I think we're gonna stay in this vicinity and discuss the thing that got a lot of people's attention when it started affecting them personally at home, right? So this is a global energy crisis, global economic collapse that we are experiencing in real time. So let's see the update there. The financial markets are smoking the strongest opium. Okay, well, let's check out
the strongest hopium that you could imagine. So
that's funny. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at this. This is you got this from is it called the COVIDV letter?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what this graph you're about to see is showing you guys is the current price of oil. So as soon as you get that link pulled up, this is going to make a lot more sense. So earlier today, Trump came out. Hold on, what was it now? So Trump says that Iran said that they are ready to negotiate a final solution to end the war, which is the same thing Russia has been saying about the war in Ukraine. Russia says when we can negotiate an actual solution that involves Ukraine not being in NATO, them not having a gigantic army, and them not being used as a starting point to attack us moving forward, then we will end the war. We will not have ceasefires in the meantime. The markets took those words as Iran is giving up, the war is ending, and the price of oil instantly collapses. So what I mean when I say that they're smoking the strongest opium you could ever imagine is they're taking every little headline, despite how obvious it is, the overall direction we're going in. And they're making gigantic moves based off bad interpretations like of the news. So that's why the price of oil tanked as soon as Iran said that. Meanwhile, the CEO of United Airlines is telling people that he is preparing for oil being at over $175 a barrel later this year. So the business community understands what's happening, but the markets are just being manipulated because guess what, Matt? The banksters make money off volatility. The wilder the swings are, the more money is being made.
So this is the time. If you guys can see, I got to bring it up because the banner was blocking it. But if you guys can see, this happened in a matter of minutes. Wow.
It just crashes down. And we're going to continue to see it have these wild moves because people are making money off the volatility. But make no mistake, as you're about to see from the headlines coming from countries, like people in the business community and a lot of people in governments understand where this is heading. And we saw similar things happen in the stock market too. The price of stocks all shot up as soon as this news came out. But I guarantee you, a lot of those people are going to clear their profits by the end of the day, or it's not people's own money that's being invested. They're probably moving a bunch of our retirement money, into these decisions so they can offload their own investments.
So this just in from BRICS News. Let's see. We have Iranian foreign minister says we do not have any faith that negotiations with the U.S. will yield any results. Trust level is at zero. So they put their case out there, and that's very similar to Putin, like you said. And look what happened with Putin. It's like we just don't want to end this. It's crazy. So the trust level, of course, is at zero based on our history. We know exactly what their demands are. They're ready to end it. We have tanking oil prices, but yet there's no reason to really trust us. We're killing all the negotiators previously anyways. And then we're saying Caroline Levitt says out loud to everyone that the reason we killed them was because we didn't like the way they talked to us. So hopefully the next person that talks to us doesn't piss us off. So we will be killing them too. So none of this. How would you have any trust for us at this point? That's so.
I mean, how is that even a rational statement? Like, I know I killed them because I didn't like their tone. Is that not a psychopath? Like who you're talking to? That sounds psychopathic to me.
To be clear, she said we killed them because they lied to us. But that's also an opinion because you haven't given any proof of lying. You just are saying that. So in a sense, it is. We didn't like what they said. We didn't trust them. I killed you because I didn't trust you. That's what it is. We killed you because we didn't trust you. Would that hold up in any court anywhere ever for any person about anything? Your Honor, I killed him because I didn't trust him. Oh, why didn't you say so? Case dismissed. It's like, what? That's insane.
Yeah. Can you imagine a husband making that argument? Yeah, I killed my wife because she lied to me. Like, come on, man. Like, at no point has anyone ever successfully made that argument. But, this is where we're at, the current administration.
This is where we're at. So here's the next one. Oh, it's saying that let me bring this one up. It seems conflicting because now it's saying, this is pretty similar. But like you said, there's not going to be a ceasefire. Either you guys accept our demands or not. There's no in between there. There's no right? So this is
So, again, this is more clarification of exactly what they mean, because Iran is essentially trying to signal to the world, we are not being unreasonable. We are willing to end the war if a situation is set up where we cannot be unjustly attacked again. And by that, they mean the U.S., the primary thing they're going after is the U.S. bases need to leave the region. They need to be shut down. My guess is they probably want a Palestinian state too, but if I truly believe if America agreed to completely leave the region, then they would likely agree to end the war. Now, in any negotiation, you have to ask for more than what you actually want, because people usually negotiate down. So maybe they really will not end it until they get reparations, but they've listed that as one of their demands too, that they need to receive compensation for all their infrastructure that's been destroyed over the course of the war. So they're essentially putting out there that we will end the war if we address the root causes behind the war. So they're signaling to the world that we are reasonable. We just don't expect that America will also be reasonable. So we don't see it's going to end, but it's also a tactic to try to get the rest of the world to pressure America to do the right thing. Because what if collectively the rest of the world all said, you know what, America, we're going to stop doing business with you because you guys are the ones causing all this, until you meet this reasonable demand of getting your bases out the region. And then once you get your bases out the region, we will do business with you, because the Strait of Hormuz will be opened up. So that's Iran's, tactic, I believe, and why they're saying that they are willing to negotiate a final end to the war, but they're not negotiating temporary ceasefires, because all these ceasefires do is put Iran and Russia in the Ukraine war in a worse position, because it allows Ukraine or Israel to rearm and, build back up their defenses. So, yeah, you can't really blame them.
Yeah. Here's another chart of the S&P 500 just going insane within, this is more of a 24-hour, less than 24-hour clock, from 6 p.m. At the end of one day all the way to 2:30 the next day. I've never seen anything like this either. Jay, tell us what's going on this chart.
Yeah, so what you're seeing is just wild swings. Every red comment you're seeing there is just another headline that comes out. Like Trump comes out and says, oh yeah, he's ready to end the war even if the Strait of Hormuz isn't open, and somehow the market shoots up because of that. Like, I don't know. And then Iran comes out and clarifies, oh no, well, we're not ready to end the war until we have a final solution. Then the market swings down. So you're seeing wild swings in every direction. And no one, I guess the people who are making these moves are not taking note of the fact that America is moving towards deploying boots on the ground, and we're asking for $200 billion to fund this war. So no matter what Trump says, his real goal is to, number one, get regime change. And if he can't get regime change and balkanize the country what he wants to do is to degrade their ballistic missile capability. So they essentially destroy all the ballistic missile factories and their ability to create those parts. And that's just not easy, because steel factories are very hard to completely destroy. And Iran has a bunch of secret underground facilities. We don't know where they are. And even when we find out where they are, I've seen stories in mainstream news about how we've identified launchers. We bomb the hell out of those launchers, and then 10 minutes later, the launchers are firing again. So they're so deep underground that it's hard for us to actually do it. So if we know that Trump isn't going to stop until the ballistic missile program has been severely, degraded, then we know that the war is going to happen. And for the record, guys, I hope I'm wrong. I don't want this to happen. This is just the way I see it going, because Trump has already started. He's not going to cave to what Iran wants. And it seems like we're on a full-on march towards war. And this is what the business community is starting to prepare for right now.
And the energy industry is warning the oil supply crisis is only the beginning.
And part of the reason they're saying that is because there's already been damage to infrastructure that will not take weeks to replace. It will not take months to replace. It's a year plus, a year to 2 years. And that's if the fighting stops today. If the fighting doesn't stop for a year from till today, like from a year till like a year after today, at that point, it's still going to take another 1 to 2 years to build back up some of the energy infrastructure, like that we've lost. So it is a terrible, dangerous, sad situation. The price of traveling, is going to go up. So if you guys have any travel plans and you have the ability to do it, buy your tickets now, because the price of those are only going to go up. And make sure you get travel insurance.
And if you guys are at the airport and it's looking like, there's some problems getting to your flight, some chaos going on, just go up to your friendly neighborhood ICE agent. You'll notice them. They'll be at the airport with their masks. You can ask them they're very nice. They'll help you. If your gate got moved or time got moved around.
Ask them in Spanish.
Yeah. Exactly.
Ask them in Spanish.
Ask them in Spanish, and because they're bilingual. A lot of them are. In fact, we know a lot of them are bilingual, so it should be better. In fact, a lot of them, their first language is Spanish. So just go ahead and ask them nicely. They're always there to help. That's how ICE is trained. They're there to protect and serve, as we know. If you get murdered by them, it's your fault. Let's just be absolutely clear. This story we've been covering the whole way, Jay, so I'm not surprised to see that Indonesia has had full announced fuel rations, mandated work from home. This is the lockdown 2.0 we covered last week.
And Indonesia is a country of nearly 300 million people. It's the largest Muslim country in the world, I believe. So this is gigantic, that they're already doing this. And, we're seeing the same thing happen across multiple countries. I think I had put a link for, what was it, the EU? I think the EU is up there next.
Yeah, we're going to bring that one up.
Yeah. So we're seeing all of these announcements coming out earlier today. My guess is the reason why it's not being announced in America yet is because then it'll be completely obvious that Trump has made a mistake and that we're all about to suffer. So we're probably going to be the last ones to announce these measures, but the rest of the world is already saying, hey guys, let's focus on working from home. Let's not drive as much as we need to. Let's drive as little as possible. Let's fly as little as possible. Let's try to build some renewable energy because there's a prolonged energy crisis on the way. And this is coming from the European Commission themselves. You can pull up the next one. And, it just shows you there's a whole list of countries, that are, doing the same thing. And Canada was also on the list. I probably got that link mixed up. But what we're seeing over here too is that like a U.S. industrial gas supplier, Airgas, declared a force majeure, telling a customer it would only meet 50% of their normal monthly helium demand amid the Iran war, per the Wall Street Journal. So details include, number one, the world is facing a significant helium shortage amid the Strait of Hormuz's closure, which has limited 30% of the global helium supply. Number two, helium supplies are critical for AI and have been choked. Number two, Airgas also told the client that it would add a surcharge of $13.50 per 100 cubic feet above the contracted price. That's $13.50. And number three, helium supplies, which are critical for AI, have been choked off, per Wall Street Journal. Number four, hundreds of specialized cryogenic containers, each costing $1 million, are now stuck in the Middle East. And global helium supply is at risk. And what's going on here is helium is a key component in the semiconductor and microchip manufacturing process. It's not helpful, but it's irreplaceable in several key steps of the production process. especially for advanced nodes used in AI chips, GPUs, memory, and other high performance electronics. So what that means is everything with a microchip and semiconductor in it. So if you have anything electronic in your household, which all of us do, the cost of production for that is also going to go up. So not to mention the how oil is involved in the manufacturing process of it, because oil is needed for plastic, oil is needed to transport these goods back and forth.
Man.
Like we're also losing our helium supply. And you know who else is a big producer of helium? Can you guess which country, Matt, is a big producer of helium?
Who is it?
Russia.
Ah.
So as the price of these raw materials go up, Russia is just lying to the goddamn bank right now. So, and it's so sad because we can't even imagine how this is going to affect our lives right now. We know that the price of things are going to go up, but people aren't really considering how this is materially going to affect our lives because we can't imagine it. But it could get bad pretty quickly, guys. So if you are considering making any purchases of any electronics, my advice, not financial advice, I would encourage you to look into seeing if there's a way you can buy it early, because the price of everything is going to be going up very, very soon. So if you're used to getting the newest iPhone every year, you'll probably have to put that pattern on pause for a little while.
Well, here's Trump's response to everything. He's saying, we don't need the Strait of Hormuz. We don't have to do anything. Of course, the market reacts immediately, blah, blah, blah. So is that was in response. That was his whole up and down thing from earlier.
And it doesn't even make sense because think about it. The price of oil is up because the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and Trump says he'll end the war without opening the strait, and the price of oil goes down. There is no rational thinking to how the markets move in the short term. I would argue over the long term, it does tell us some valuable things, but the amount of emotion that's in the markets right now, all I can picture is coked up Wolf of Wall Street people, like sending in the orders every second. Trump said this, Trump said that, sell, buy. That's exactly what's happening.
What a great imagery you're painting, the Wolf of Wall Street group. Because this next one from Bricks News, this is exactly what a Wolf of Wall Street gang, coked out stripper gang would do when they know that their number's up and they're coming for you, and you might as well have one last hoorah, right? You got Trump posting a video of the U.S. bombing Iran. This is on his Truth Social. Oh my God, dude! Seriously? Oh my God!
That place that's being bombed, I don't remember the name of it right now, but to the best of my knowledge, there were rumors that some of Iran's uranium, may have been held over there. So I don't know if we're going to get news of some nuclear fallout that could be happening because of that. I don't know if that's what we're seeing, but that is a gigantic explosion. And it does appear as if either some weapons or some uranium, might be contributing to that, because that is, a gigantic explosion that seems more than just like a regular bomb. So,
oh man. It's not going to get any better. I guess that they coined the term last time. We're going to have to keep going with it. It's short-term pain for long-term gain, but you guys know this is short-term pain for long-term pain. It's all pain. All of it is pain. You have this one last one in here. I'll throw this one up, I guess, to round up this segment on this one. This is a breaking news. GOP weighs healthcare cuts. What?
Yep.
Oh boy.
To fund $200 billion Iran war spending.
Wow. We got to we got to afford the $200 billion that Trump said we don't really need because we already won. But it couldn't hurt to have it just in case, right? It's always good to have. That's what he said, right? It's good to have. It's good. He's like, Well, why would you need it, Trump? I thought we won I thought it's over. We won, right? So why did Hexeth have to go ask for 200 billion? Well, it's just good to have. So
yeah, we're going to cut grandma's health care.
Yeah, there you go.
Because 200 billion is just nice to have laying around. So,
wow.
And this is being reported by Axios. So Republican lawmakers are reportedly considering reductions in healthcare spending as a potential offset to cover the 200 billion in projected costs tied to a possible Iran conflict. According to Axios. The proposal reflects internal budget trade-offs as defense escalation scenarios collide with fiscal constraints, with healthcare programs emerging as a key target for reallocation debates within GOP policy circles. And Matt, I don't even know if you caught this news. I forgot to send this to you, but UCI, the school over there in California, one of their hospitals just closed their pediatric ICU unit.
No, they didn't.
One of their hospitals, I believe it was Fountain Valley Hospital. You can go look it up. So we are now shutting down the intensive care units for children who urgently need quick assistance. Those units are being shut down so we can go bomb innocent people over in Iran right now.
Wow. The pediatric
ICU. I saw it on the news. You can Google it. Just type in UCI Fountain Valley pediatric ICU. There are nurses there on the news crying because they've lost their jobs that they've had all their life. They just walked into work one morning, told their job is being made redundant, and the entire unit is being closed down.
So Leslie's not here with us right now, but I'm going to put a word in for her because she worked in pediatric palliative for several years before moving into neurology in Kaiser. And post-COVID, it's the worst time to even be in that department because we cover. You guys know we cover this shit about what a hospital looks like when you have young people, children, babies being in either ICU or just in that palliative state. It's the worst. It's worse than anything you could imagine. So these nurses that you're saying got fired, they've been doing one of the hardest jobs imaginable anyways, because how do you mix those two? How are you dealing with young people aren't supposed to die, babies aren't supposed to die, none of these people are supposed to die, and yet you have to go to walk the family. It's really about the families. You're walking the families through this palliative process, which is the worst imaginable thing you can do as parents, right? And you got your babies on ice. So let me just say this. In I don't know about UCI, but Kaiser, I'll just say these different facilities, they have a policy of keep politics out of this and that, but so they don't want people out in the streets for free Palestine. They want to stick to the medicine, stick to the nursing. But what just happened? So what happened because you were silent and you didn't speak up? Now we have your job is gone not because you protested, because you went along. Well, it's not their fault. I'm just saying, isn't that the irony? It's so effed up. That sounds, the fact that you did your job, you complied, and now your job's no more because the thing that you were not allowed to bring into work has now taken your work. The thing you weren't allowed to talk about in work is now the thing that swallowed you right up, with those babies in the ICU that are also being swallowed up because they're also going to be dead, and they don't get to have the nurse team to walk the family through. And who knows, after the Iran war, who needs to bring back why would you need to bring them back anyway? We got AI doing all that shit too.
Yeah,
so why,
that's like that's like almost every workplace. I think most jobs will tell people, don't talk about politics on the job. I don't know if any of those places tell people not to get involved when they're not on the job, but I just think, while you're on the job, they always say, if you're wearing our company uniform and you're speaking to people, then don't talk politics. And I can understand that to an extent because if you're a nurse and you believe that going to war against Iran is wrong, and you're serving a Jewish person, who believes that Jewish people are going to be exterminated unless we all go fight Iran, it just sets up, like a hostile situation when all you're supposed to be doing is focused on the care. So I can understand it, but I'd encourage everybody, no matter where you work, to be informed and take what you believe to be correct political stances on issues that are important to you outside of your work at the minimum. When possible, if you can do it at work, definitely have those tough conversations. But at the minimum, we need to be doing is informing ourselves and talking to people outside of work for sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Wow, it's already at the half of the, well, it's at 3:30 Pacific now. Jay, there was one more story here. Do we have time? Okay, we're gonna go through now. I'm gonna need you to walk this one through because I didn't pull the MP4s. I ran out of time on this, but I know this is important, and you've done some good work on this. So let me just let me just get the first one ready here, and you can actually start us off. Yeah, hey Jay, why don't you here, make sure I got the right shared screen here. Yeah, man, why don't you start this one off for us and and walk me through it, okay? Walk us all through it. Here we go.
Yeah, so there's a major case going on in France right now about a group of essentially hitmen that are doing targeted assassinations, of what seems to be key figures in the business, and political worlds. There's over 20 people on trial, and I forget how many. It was at least 5 or 6 of them, are all part of the same Freemason lodge. So there, for those who don't know, there was a huge controversy that happened in Italy back in the 70s or 80s, I believe. It was the P2 Masonic Lodge over there that was found guilty of the exact same thing on an even larger scale. So they were fomenting unrest. They were killing off, politicians who had opinions they didn't disagree with, and they were the most hyper capitalist, libertarian, minded people, not libertarian, but authoritarian people you could imagine. They were quote unquote anti-communist, and they were doing all these political assassinations and starting up trouble. Well, now, according to mainstream media, they were the bad apple. That isn't how all Freemason lodges are. There isn't any systemic corruption in Freemasonry. That's just the one bad apple in the entire Freemason organization. But now we're also seeing in France, which is actually, I believe, the country where Freemasonry started. I think it was there in the UK. Both of those countries was where, it seems to have emerged from, or at least the largest chapters. There is a trial going on where a Freemason who is a judge, a Freemason who's in the intelligence services, and a Freemason who's on the police force, I remember those 3 in particular, are all coordinating with this hit squad to assassinate people. So, I think this story is important because I don't, again, this isn't saying all Freemasons are like this. I got to clarify that. But a lot of attention gets focused on Zionists, which is rightly deserved, but a lot of people think that Zionists just run everything. And my whole point in going through this story is we'll see a lot of the same things that we think Zionists are doing, Zionists clearly are doing, have been going on and been carried out by these groups before Zionism was actually a thing. And you can trace the origins of Zionism to these exact same people. So I think this story is important because it shows you again how, I do believe personally that Zionism is a proxy of oligarchs and secret societies, similar to how ISIS was. It's just a more powerful one that has been around a lot longer. But I believe the first link was the one talking about that story, right? So well, no, this is actually Macron, who
that's the first one on this. Just so you know, that's the first one.
Yeah, so this is Macron, talking about how important Freemasonry is to France and how it's been such a force for good. So I'll read it. So in 2025, during a speech at the Grand Lodge de France, French President Emmanuel Macron stated that Freemasons are leading a vital battle for humanity's good. He observed that their insignia has long attracted conspiracy theories and encouraged them to be proud of their support for the assisted dying bill, calling it the battle that counts. So 1 year later, 22 defendants, including at least 4 Freemasons from the small Athénor Lanche in Puteaux, are set to stand trial in France for murder, attempted murders, and operating a hit squad network that allegedly used intelligence and police ties for paid violent contracts. So that's a video of him speaking. It's in French, so I don't think we need to go through the whole thing, but that's a summary, of what he's saying in the video right there. And then if you want to go to the next link, it'll show, it'll show a little bit more about the current situation. It's over 22 people standing trial in France from Monday on charges of murder and serious crimes, centered on a Masonic lodge accused of running the hit squads. And the people I mentioned, they are all people who were kind of at the top like of the hit squad, calling the shots. So this is something we need to consider. And if you go to the next link that I'm showing you over there, you'll also see that what we have been hearing about Epstein's Island did not start with the Zionists.
Right.
So just so people get a little bit of an idea of the timeline, the Rothschilds rose to prominence in the early 1800s. Freemasonry started, I believe it was in the early 1700s. And there is a direct line, it's called the L'armenius Charter, that shows that Freemasonry was operating underground before it came out to the public in the early 1700s, since the Knights Templar was quote unquote disbanded by the Catholic Church in the 1300s. So if what we're about to read is true, this has been going on for a very long time. It didn't only just start. So this person says one form of abuse that isn't talked about nearly enough is something I have referred to for years as Masonic ritual abuse, MRA. MRA is what I've come to characterize as ritualized and often satanic or occulting abuse done on victims by Freemasons and other branches of secret societies, often within the confines of Masonic lodges, and often multiple perpetrators of the same lodge. And many of the ritual abuse survivors I've interviewed on my podcast disclose having multi-generational Freemasonry run in their families or the cults they belong to. Most of the time, the alleged abusers are grandfathers and or father figures who were generationally initiated into Freemasonry. Many of these Masons are also prominent figures of society in their careers outside of Freemasonry, military, law enforcement, judiciary, and or government, just to name a few. And another trend are these Masons being pastors, Christians, and or church leaders simultaneously. Just like in Freemasonry, their lives are ironically a duality of sorts.
Sounds about right. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And the rituals characterized by survivors of MRA are incredibly similar to the rituals disclosed by survivors of satanic ritual abuse, with differentiating factors being the location of abuse, often inside or underground a Masonic lodge, rituals being done by groups of men only, and the rituals themselves having the same themes and symbology of the different degrees of Freemasonry. checkerboards, white and black coloring right pillars, scripts, productions, plays being incorporated and acted out by group members. It is also consistent and worth noting with our survivor testimony and disclosure that the third degree of that at the third degree of Freemasonry, there is an infamous initiation ritual that involves child sacrifice and child rape or sodomy. Many of these Masons who initiate into the third degree also go on to be initiated into the Shriners, Templars, and other secret societies.
Oh my God.
These are the same lodges in your communities. What survivor disclosures and allegations may reveal is a harrowing problem. At the top levels or degrees of Freemasonry and other secret societies, lie organized pedophile cults. So again, not saying every Freemason lodge does this and every Freemason participates in this, but just like we have the corruption at the top of our government, but not every government official is bad, it does seem like there is a lot of corruption, within Freemasonry. And again, think about this, right, Matt? These people who engage in these rituals with each other, that is blackmail. they now, have dirt on the other people who are engaging in this. Oftentimes, it's videotaped, just like what you saw with Epstein. So they're able, to blackmail people to make sure that they do whatever they want. So what we're seeing happen with Epstein and with, that's why, I think people need to dive to the next level. Talk about how bad ISIS is and Zionism is. But when we talk about ISIS, we generally us, in the real media, the independent media, we acknowledge that ISIS are proxies for larger forces. So I think we should do that. Doesn't absolve the people in ISIS of what they're doing, and it doesn't absolve the Zionists and what they're doing. But we just need to look at the facts, how long these organizations have been around, and follow the money.
So this is about going to the roots. It's not, and to be clear, like what you're saying, and I appreciate this part, we're not taking away from the work people have done on acknowledging the problem of Zionism and the problem of it capturing religions and playing them against each other and messing with Bibles and messing with media, messing with education, messing with everything. All that's true. It all checks out. But where did the function of that come from? And it seems on the timeline that there was clearly a mechanism in place before Zionism ever existed. And it was obviously a needed mechanism to create Zionism. So you already had to have these child sacrificing rituals. You already had to have these elite families. You already had to have this blackmail, kind of functionality to keep people in secret and keep people in their little rituals and underground happenings. That's the element of control. Like, it's not like the Zionists just woke up and said, we figured out how to control people, right? There's a whole method of it. So the Epstein stuff is just what we're living through. This dates back so far beyond. Let me play this next video. It's the Rothschilds, who were the functionality of both Zionism before that, Freemasonism, the Freemason. What do you call it? It's the Freemasonry. Freemasonry. Here they are. I guess it's a collection of clips. Let me grab this. I guess everyone's ready to go. Here we go.
So, also you mentioned some of the things that your team has found.
It seems like they're messing up they're putting all these imageries together and including all of this, some familiar imagery, some not so familiar.
Yeah, so when you see people with their hand over their eye, that's supposed to be symbolizing the eye. That's on the dollar bill. When you see people doing that, and again, I'm sure some of the people doing it may not know what they're doing, but my guess is probably a lot do. But yeah, they're essentially showing how this imagery, goes throughout society. And what people don't remember is, yes, the wealthiest church in the world is the Catholic Church. But Matt, can you guess which is the wealthiest church in America?
Well, what is the wealthiest church in America? I thought it was.
The Church of Latter-day Saints.
Latter-day Saints, of course,
which would be the Mormon Church.
The Mormon Church.
And the Mormon Church was founded. Go look this up. By Freemason.
Freemasonry.
That would be Joseph Smith.
Smith.
Yes, and Mormonism was talking about getting the children of Israel to the promised land a lot, like long before Zionism actually started catching fire. So, you know, again, if you follow the trail of when these things, you know, were mentioned, and here's the thing, right? People need to understand the difference between theological Zionism and like political Zionism, right? Because there has been an idea of theological Zionism that has existed for a long time that doesn't revolve around like an actual place. A lot of, you know, Jews think, well, like if you go to the Torah Jews, for example, or a lot of Orthodox Jews, they think of Zionism as, you know, like simply like Jews living their most Jewish life, like doing what they're supposed to be doing in accordance with God and, you know, obeying his laws. It's not like a physical place that they actually have to be. Political Zionism started in the 1800s, and it goes back directly to the Rothschilds, who were put in power by the Vatican Church, which I would argue is, you know, either controlled by or controlling these secret societies. So I don't know who's at the top of what order. My guess is the secret societies are above the Vatican. And the reason I say that is because they have the dark money. They're, you know, the Templars are based in Switzerland. The Pope is guarded by the Swiss Guard. So, you know, my guess is it's probably them at the top. But I don't know who's at the top. What I do know is that they have been around a lot longer than political Zionism. And those groups have been trying to control Israel since they lost it during the Crusades. The Knights Templar was the main group that helped the Pope and Christians seize Israel and Jerusalem during the Crusades. And they had their office or their headquarters right at that Temple Mount that Al-Aqsa Mosque is currently built on. So, you know, this is just to show people that the corruption is not just Zionists. And even if I'm wrong and Zionists are controlled, and the secret societies are controlled by Zionists, because that would be the counter theory. A lot of people think, you know, when you bring this up, that you have the order wrong and they think Zionists are at the top. And, you know, a lot of these Freemasons are below them. Either way, they still need to be part of the conversation. In my opinion.
They do. So let's be clear. There's some takeaways on this. And I think the next link you sent it's been removed, but the last two I have are your final thoughts. So I'll pass it back to you in a second, if whichever one you want to, or if you want to do them both there, because you gave me the link to your what you put out about this. I'll just say the takeaways, and for audiences listening right now, the Epstein stuff we're living through, this is some crazy shit that we have to accept is a reality. The part that they don't tell you in the Epstein drop, and you don't really tend to think of this on your own unless you're doing this work that Jay's doing. What I'm going to tell you guys is it didn't start with Epstein. Just because we have in our lifetimes that we've seen these paper trails of these horrible, disgusting things happening to our children in our lifetimes, this came from thousands of years of doing this. That's how it's hard to actually understand that concept of ritualistic sacrifice, eating babies, drinking blood, adrenaline. All this shit has been centuries of this shit. So we can't even fathom the stuff that's been in our lifetimes, let alone where it came from. But what you're saying as far as who's controlling what, it doesn't. What matters is we need to have this conversation. We need to know where it came from and how these people got trained the way they did. Epstein was trained, right, by the Mossad. Who trained the Mossad? Who trained, the Rothschilds grabbing up all the banks, the UK creating all this stuff? Like somebody trained somebody with something that was ritualistic, something that was dark, something that was demonic, something that knew how to control people and how to control very large systems where they would have massive amount of people under their power. That's been around for centuries. So let's keep investigating it. And in the meantime, anybody who thinks that when you put your hand over an eye or do this with your hands and it's an accident, that's not accurate. You got it wrong. Okay. Jay, I like what you said, that sometimes maybe people are told to do something, they don't know why, but nobody does this on their own. Nobody does that on their own. You've never done it. I've never done it. Nobody watching's ever done it. If someone tells you to do it, you should be like, why are you telling me to do this? But all those picks, they all check out, and there's a reason they're doing it, and it's not by accident.
Yeah, well, one thing I do want to point out, what a lot of these secret societies do is they do have, like, knowledge of ancient, sacred geometry, like the Merkaba, which is like the star. That's what the Star of David represents, the two triangles that go up and down. Right. That's supposed to represent like a life force inside of a human, the male and the female, counterpart. So they'll take actual symbols that do mean things, right? That have gone back, a long time, and they'll repurpose it and try to associate it with their own goals. And we saw the same thing with the Nazi symbol. The Nazi symbol is on ancient sites all over the world.
It's repurposed for, yes.
Exactly. Yes. Repurposed. So, again, I have a picture in Egypt, like in front of the pyramids, like with holding up that down triangle with another person who I was on the trip with, because I've done the research into what some of this symbolism means. So again, I'm not saying this is the case with everyone, but you can ask me and I'll tell you why. And you can look into my record and you can see I'm not a Freemason, but what I want, right, is these secret societies to start publicly broadcasting their meetings. Because I don't think most of them, in it are bad. I think it's corrupt at the top, and I think that they use people for certain things. So I want these people to start publicly broadcasting their meetings and to stop being a secret. And I think the world could advance probably off the knowledge that they're keeping to themselves.
I want to just acknowledge that you're making a huge distinction, which I think is important. You're making a huge distinction between the functionality of Freemasonry and the functionality of Zionism. You're giving I don't want to call it a free pass, but you're making you're saying that if people at the bottom of the food chain of Freemasonry probably are not tuned into what they're signed up to because they're purposely left out of some of these elder situations where they're not in the room, so they don't know these things, so they might be actually innocent. Versus when you choose to sign up for Zionism, you're signing up for a mindset that you choose to do, which is basically a psychopathic supremacist mindset that puts everybody else as going. I just want to make a distinction to those things that you're saying, right?
And what honestly disappointed me the most and scared me the most was when I can never stop thinking about that poll sometimes, where over 60% of the people in Israel believe that all Palestinians should be treated like Amalek, which means every man, woman, and child should be completely wiped out, whether or not they're part of Hamas, because obviously a child cannot be part of Hamas. So, when I saw that poll, like it honestly did blow my mind. So I think Israelis need to be re-educated the same way that Nazis were re-educated. So like they need to understand that you cannot create your homeland by genociding people who live in the place where you think you're supposed to be. It's as simple as that. Like,
unless you don't think of them as people. If you don't think
they don't think of them as people,
then
that's the problem. So
it's like mowing the lawn. You're not thinking of the grass that you're cutting in half.
You're right. But here's
mowing the lawn.
Problem, right? There was Zionists in the start of Israel who believed that they should go there to live alongside the Palestinians who were there, and not that they needed to go there to create their own state. But what Zionism has evolved to today is polls of Israelis saying that all Palestinians
wipe them out,
treated like Amalek. Like
wipe
over
them all out.
60% of them believe that. The
They're
whole
saying,
country needs to be, not, I'm sure there's like 20% of them or 30% maybe.
Jay, they're saying wipe out Iran too. They're saying it now, right now. Like it's crazy. Wipe them out. Kill them all.
Yeah. So, and they have different levels to their goy, right? Because if you were to ask them that about America, they probably wouldn't say Americans are Amalek. Americans are just disposable goy who can be sent to war, for their purposes. Well, some of them, the extreme ones. But when I see that poll that over 60% of Israelis believe Palestinians should be treated like Amalek, it just tells me it's a deeply sick society. And, if I had to guess, I would probably guess that 60% of Freemasons are not that crazy. I don't know because I'm not a Freemason. I do, have one or two, people I've been friends with at different points in the past who are part of that. I was even invited to join it. And I want to believe that those people who invited me to join do not understand. Like all of what we're talking about, they aren't
There's
aware.
probably
of
a
this
lot
issue.
more
But
shadowy stuff.
yeah. And again,
by design, right?
And lastly, I want to be clear. I believe that freedom of speech is a great thing. I believe the right to bear arms is a good thing. I believe, in general, like our U.S. Constitution is one of the best founding documents that the world has ever seen, with obviously some big exceptions. But overall, it was a very good thing at the time, as well as the Magna Carta. And we do have Freemasons and Templars, to thank for those two documents. So there are good things that also come out of these organizations. So again, it isn't all bad, but when I look at the hit squads that we just discussed, and when I look at the satanic, and the abuse that could be going on that we just discussed, these are things that we have to talk about.
Well, Jay, I know you had a couple more links here with what you were saying. I don't know if you've covered it all, or if you want to,
Yeah, really quick. If you go to that one I pulled up with the picture of the guy with the knight with the American flag, what I want people to realize.
I don't have. No, that one's gone. It doesn't.
That one's gone. Oh, okay, never mind.
It's been taken down.
So yeah, long story short, last thing I want people to know, right? Yes, the Rothschilds are powerful. Yes, Zionists and Mossad are powerful, but by all accounts, they have created one country, right? Israel, the Templars, and don't take my word for it. Listen to what they say. Go watch their documentary, which is on Gaia TV. It's called Mysteries of the Knights Templar. They take credit for founding the majority of the countries in South America. They take credit for founding America. They take credit for founding Portugal, Switzerland. They even take credit for founding Scotland.
Oh, so I got this one. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. So they take credit for founding all of these different places, right? And they take credit for founding America, like in this documentary. So if the Zionists have founded one country, but these secret societies are taking credit for founding damn near half the world, and at least they take full credit for the Western Hemisphere pretty much. I mean, and when you also consider the fact that Israel could not exist without the unconditional support of America, you have to understand that. And lastly, just to tie it into like geopolitics so people understand a little bit about Africa, what you just saw in that picture that you just pulled up, the Knights Templar rebranded after they were outlawed by the church in the early 1300s to the Knights of Christ in Portugal. And they were already good at, being on the seas from their experience as the Knights Templar. And they were the ones who were leading the way with the Portuguese Navy as the Portuguese Navy was going around conquering the world and doing all these things, right? And what started the downfall of Africa today was the disruption. And obviously there's more parts to it, but what really started the downfall of Africa today was when the Portuguese Navy, led by the Knights Templar, went around to those ports on the east side of Africa, which is where African empires used to trade with India and China, and they destroyed those ports. And that way, more people could be inserted as middlemen. The secret societies came in as middlemen to take control of the trade, between, these continents. And then obviously more things happened as time went on. But my point is, we talk about how Israel, prevents people from unifying and inserts them in the middle, of what's happening. And my point is, these secret societies have been using this strategy for centuries before Israel. So it only makes sense that they would take the attention off themselves whenever possible and use a proxy group to accomplish some of those same goals. So I know we spent a lot of time talking about it, but I'm hoping you can kind of see how all this comes together and how Zionism is using strategies that have been invented and used by other groups, beforehand. And I would argue there's simply another proxy, just probably the most powerful proxy that's out there in this public spotlight of the world today.
Jay, Scott, thank you so much for everything you do for the show, and today particularly for the deep dives. These are what we call deep dives. People overuse that word sometimes, but this is where it's very appropriate. Your deep dive into Freemasonry, very thoughtful coverage on Iran, Israel, and all the other stuff as well. I think we did the whole global collapse, economic problems. We're looking at the details. Those details matter. Those nuances matter. It's not just black and white. So Jay, Scott, we appreciate bringing that into the space of the homeless and the left, because hey, it's more complicated than red versus blue, as we know. So.
Agreed. I appreciate you as always, Matt. Nice work. I'll catch you later.
Cool.
Deuces.
Thank you. All right, we'll see you. Jay, Scott, everybody. Man, we're seeing some great combos coming out from you guys. We have some more super chats coming up. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and, because I know we got a few throughout this conversation with Jay. We're going to do some talking back with you guys in just a few minutes. And one last topic before we wrap it up today, because we got to at least hit our 4 hour. We're going to hit our 4.5. We'll probably hit our 4.5 mark for you guys today. That's a good one. We don't generally like going 5. Thursday is going to be an insane show, though. Thursday, we might have 3 crazy guests. I'll announce them at the end of the show. We said a couple of them earlier, but I'll do an official announcement before we sign off. And we got a great outro for you guys planned. So loudest voice of the week is coming up. But first, talking back with Matt, we're going to take a little 2-minute again, 2.5, and get you guys ready. We're going to queue up for talking back. Get your super chats, your Rumble rants. We're going to try to get to as many as possible. I'm on my own on this one, so don't have the, Nurse Leslie, because it's Tuesday, but we'll get it done, and we'll get to you guys in just a moment. And those super chats, we really appreciate it. We appreciate all of your engagement on all of our platforms all throughout today. We'll see you guys back here, and don't forget where you can find us. You guys know. Throw a Rumble rant up on the Homeless Left on Rumble, super chats on YouTube, THL Present, and we'll be back with you guys in about 2.5, I guess. Actually, this one, about 2.5. 2.5, 3. We'll see you guys shortly. Let me grab the play out here. Okay, we'll see you guys in just a moment.
Look at that. What these assholes did to the sky. We're just going to put their mess right here on the canvas. And we'll stack a few more of them because they don't know when to quit. Fill it right up till there's barely any blue peeking through. Nice bright lines all crisscrossed like a big spider web, maybe a crocheted blanket.
Here we go, guys. It's talking back time. Today's episode, Endless War Crimes. We had Jay Scott and Craig Pasta on with us today, going through a slew of war crimes happening right now, committed by the U.S., committed by Israel, as we take on I guess we're trying to take down the people trying to fight against the Epstein class, against the pedo class, against the warmongering class, against the greater Israel project and American imperialism. These are the people that we're attacking. So obviously, it's a little bit hard for us to be rooting for that. And it's okay if you guys are rooting for the other side, because they're going after our captors, not after us. They're going after our captors. We should want them to be stopped. If our jail system, if our legal system can't get one of these assholes arrested for the Epstein files, if not one of them can go to jail, well, let's see what Iran can do about it. And the others that are in this axis of resistance, that's what they're calling. It's the axis of resistance. We're going to do a whole episode about that. So today's show, and look, we covered a lot of the war stuff. We also covered some mRNA problems going on, some cancer diagnosis is going on. We don't know if they're related at all, but we did have a good conversation about that with Craig Pasta early in the show. So we did cover a lot of ground today. Now let's get to some of what you guys had to say when you chimed in on our platforms today, and we do appreciate all the engagement. We're going to try to get to as many of you guys as possible. I know that the super chats, we did put a few up earlier, and a couple Rumble rants as well. A few more came in from Citizen. Thank you so much. This is great. Thank you, Citizen. What new lockdowns be for? To push oil vaccine? Now that is funny. That is funny. That's going to be a hard one to combine, right? So we got no oil, but how do you fight that? Maybe we all got to put another shot in our arm so we can be able to function in society again. But you can't function in society again until you get your oil vaccine. That's funny. That's funny. I don't think they need to combine the two, but they just use we're already conditioned to comply, right? We're already conditioned to lock down. We're already conditioned to work from home. We're already conditioned to ration. And we're already conditioned to call out our neighbor, right? If you see something, say something. That one, they got that in our blood way back at the War on Terror, 2001, 2002, 2003. If you see something, say something. And people are doing a lot of that during COVID, right? If you see somebody without a mask, say something. If you see somebody who didn't get their shot, say something. So we're all in this together, right? So we'll all be in it together for the energy crisis as well. Same strategy, same blueprint, just a different scare. Although with no oil, it is pretty scary for some people in some industries. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But yeah, who's to blame for it? I don't know who's to blame. We're all trying our best. I'm sure our president and all his King's men are all trying their absolute best on our behalf, because we're doing the best we can with the information we have at the time. I love that one. That's a oldie but a goodie, also from the COVID days. Citizen had this follow. Screw Freemasons. They've done nothing for me lately. That's right, Citizen. They've done nothing for me either. But I appreciate the insight that Jay Scott has brought to the table in that regard. Okay. I gotta throw this one up again. This is cool because Blake's a badass for doing this. I love this, getting the party started, setting a good precedent early on. We love that. Deep Green, thank you so much for your super chat. And it does look like you did get a chance to go out there in the streets during because I forgot we covered this too on Real Fake News today. We covered the NoKings. It's a psyop, guys. It's not real. I know it feels good to go out there and chant, but you got to say that the Democrats are also complicit. This is not the good guys versus the bad guys. They got us against us inside here. No, we have to take on both parties. So good for you for going out there and speaking up and saying they're all complicit in this war. None of them wanted to pass the War Powers Act. They're all part of this. Congress they love having their hands tied. Did you know that? Did you know Congress likes having their hands tied? Because then they can go, we can't do anything. Help us. The only way we can untie our hands is give us money. Give us money, guys, and give us your vote, and then we can untie our hands. Isn't that genius? Think about this. I'm sorry, just think about this, because they fooled us. And if people still think this, if any of you guys watching on our Facebook feed right now, and you're in LA, listen to what I'm about to tell you, because our viewers know this, but you might not know this. So again, if you're new, pay attention what I'm about to tell you. This doesn't make any sense, and you should infuriate you about our political process. It should infuriate you when politicians that you love because you think they speak to you and you vote for them every effing time, and they go like this to you. Not literally, but they do this to you figuratively. They go, we can't do anything. Our hands are tied. Oh, that darn Hitler president we have, or those darn other people in that Congress that don't let us do anything. Oh, the only way we can get our hands untied, you give us more money. Give us more, give us more votes, give us more time, give us more of your heart and soul, blood, sweat, and tears. Knock on a few doors for us, and we might be able to, we might be able to do this. No, it didn't work. Give us more money. There's no other industry anywhere that you could think that's you can't do that. You can't show up to work and say, hey, or the boss calls you and says, hey, you ain't getting anything done. What's wrong? You're not working. We're paying you to be here. You're not getting anything done. Say, boss, listen. And it's boss, right? Because they work for us. So this is like you going into your boss and going, listen, my hands are just kind of tied on the salary you're giving me. I can't get anything done at my desk. I'd love to do work for you, but I need you to give me, I need to ask for a raise, and you just need to give me more money, give me some more breaks, make me feel good about working. And then maybe I'll start doing some work. Oh, I need more money. It doesn't make any effing sense. Just so you guys know. Okay, now I went a little blurry here. Let me get it back. Let me see what's going on here. That was crazy. It just went a little blurry. I don't think it was doing that today at all. Let's see. I'm going to switch a thing here, and then we're going to get some more of you guys. Okay, let's see if that worked. Okay, little white balance. Okay, that should do it. All right, guys, let's get to some more of what you guys had to say today. We'll start from earlier. Here we go. Oh, shoot, I got to scroll up to the ending. I wasn't set here. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. I don't want to. I got to go back just a little bit here because I know you guys have been watching from the top. Some of you guys have been watching from the top. Okay. All right. We were covering the NoKings. You know what? This is cool. You guys are having this discussion. You were having this discussion on Rumble. I like this discussion. This was separate from what we were covering today. But Herb Grain points out fasting makes the immunity soldiers try harder to earn their keep. What is this? I wonder you're referencing because we didn't cover fasting today. I don't know the context of what you're saying. I just saw the fasting. You guys are having a little discussion. I see. I got it. But fasting is good, guys. It's good. Intermittent fasting is good. We'll just leave it at that. I didn't see the whole conversation there. And you guys are having some conversations on YouTube as well. Damn. What else we got here? Oh, look at this. Look at this. 99. This is absolutely correct, Airways. 99 plus. It's 99 point more than 99. 99% survival rate from COVID-19 infections. This is per CDC's data. So anybody that's telling you millions of people perished from COVID, they got captured by numbers that were purposely wrong, that were flashing on your screen when if you scrolled by CNN and you saw that total death count. Those numbers were lies. Those weren't real. Those numbers were people that had been came up positive for COVID and then also were dead. Oh, you had COVID and then you died. So you didn't die from COVID. You died with COVID. They did that on purpose and they admitted it afterwards. We needed to keep the fear going. They actually told us this. We're not pointing it out from out here. It's what they did. And they told us they did that. It was important because we had to get everybody on the same page. This is true. I was never scared of COVID. I was petrified of people. That's funny. That's really funny. Gabrielle was in there on YouTube. Appreciate it. Little blue wrench there, baby. That's rock stars. Yeah, she's talking to you guys. You're all rock stars. And what's up, free thinkers? Hell yeah. Let's just get to some more stuff here. We got. Oh, we let. Hey, Eno Shadow Walker. I'm a germaphobe, and I wasn't scared enough of COVID to get a shot. Every time the doctor asked me, I said I had a cough. That's cool. That's cool. So you can actually be a germaphobe and recognize that something was wrong during COVID. That's a great distinction. Those are two different things. Being a germaphobe and using your critical thinking skills. Love it. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Let's see. We got yeah. This is true. What we know about mRNA is that it attacks healthy cells. Yeah, it's the exact opposite of what you want to put in your. It's complete opposite. It attacks healthy cells, so you lose your immunity, your immunity fighting components of your body, your defense mechanisms inside you. They are compromised when you throw in this gene therapy. So we all respond differently to it. I know a lot of people want to say it's black and white. If they were trying to kill us, we'd all drop dead because we all took the same poison. That's not true. Our bodies are all made up differently. What we all need to do is we all need to be about immune health. And we all do. Whether you took 3 shots, whether you take 16 shots, whether you took 1 shot, whether you took 0 shots, we all have to be conscious of our immune health because there are so many factors, not just gene therapy, mRNA, but other shit poisons that are in all of our food, in the air, the chemtrails above our head, all of this shit. You guys know that we have to all look out for our immune health. So we're all at different stages of reaction, bad reaction, good reaction, fighting things off, not being able to fight things off. So that's why you see different people suffer differently. Some people got the shot and they were gone within minutes. Some people, it's been a long drawn out time. Some people, and we talk about this on the show, haven't mentioned this in a while, but there is something called shedding. Shedding's a thing. And I would say this, look, just like we're all susceptible to what's coming down on top of our heads, we're all susceptible to what's in our foods that we don't know because we just thought we were having a nice salad and we got some veggies from the store, from wherever you went to shop. You didn't realize you had poison coming in through those, whatever they're doing, those pesticides, those chemicals to make those veggies last longer. You thought you're having a nice healthy meal at home and then you poisoned yourself. So there's other ways besides saying yes or no to a vaccine shot that you're contaminating yourself. So it doesn't matter how many of those shots you got. Let's just all do whatever we can to cleanse poison out of our body, however you can. And intermittent fasting is a really good way to do that. It really is. We're not going to get into that right now, but we've talked about intermittent fasting. We've had different doctors come on and talk about intermittent fasting, which is cool when you hear doctors talk about intermittent fasting. Why is that cool? Because doctors are supposed to sell you stuff. And intermittent fasting is the one thing in health you can't sell to people. Why? Because there's no product. So all these weight loss, stupid ass Jenny Craig, this and that, all that Weight Watchers, all that shit, they send you a package. You make payments. Your package will come to your door. We got your package. We got the item. We got the product. There ain't no product in don't do something. So just don't do this thing, and it might actually help you. And nobody's going to make money off of that. That's why they don't tell us. So for a few doctors to say that part, and for them not to get a bonus, not to get a commission, there's no commission in zero. What is 50% of zero? It's 0. So I don't care how high your commission is. If you're selling intermittent fasting to your patients, you're making $0 from doing it. So you know it's honest when they're telling you that you should look into it. And we're telling you should look into it. It's a good thing. All right. Oh, thank you. St. David's. Bless up, Matt, Craig, Leslie, and chat. And Leslie should be back with us on Thursday. And Jay was also part of the show today as well. But wherever you guys came in, very cool. Very cool. Okay. We got to get to some more here. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, this is funny. Oh, I thought, okay. Shadow Walker again. This is orange ball. That's funny. I think that's in reference to the orange, the Trump thing and its ball. That's pretty funny. Man, oh man. Okay. Mouse SF. I do think Jay. You know what? We're gonna talk to Jay about his mic. He's already worked. He's gonna reset his picture because he's in a new place. Let's talk to him about his mic. I'm glad you pointed that out because I know he's working on getting that picture better or sharper. We always have to look at we always have these issues, right? We got to fix our sound lighting, all these things. Sound's actually the most important. Did you guys know that? Sound is the most important. This is my trusted mic. This is my Shure mic. I've had this the whole time. We've been doing this show for almost 3 years. We're going to hit our 3-year mark in about a month and a half. We'll hit our 3-year mark on Rumble. We're only about a year and change on. Did you guys know that we're only about a year and change on YouTube? Almost hitting our 3-year mark on Rumble. Been with this the whole time. This is it. If you got this and you're traveling with this is all you need. This is all secondary. This is all secondary, picture secondary. But yeah, get a good working mic, and it's step one for any of this. If you guys are looking into it, if you guys want to, try this out, you want to try doing something like this, yeah, I recommend a good mic and just, practice, all that shit, put in the hours, and you might, who knows, you might like it. I didn't know I'd do this for as long. I didn't know. I thought this was just going to be something on the side. Oh, man, why do you got to be so cool, man? Blake, I don't constantly nail it. I aim to nail it. That's my aim. I consistently aim to nail it. I hope I do, but I always aim high. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. You never know. Oh, that was already took that one off. Okay. Really do appreciate it though. Let's see here. We have I don't know. This is quite I didn't hear anybody say Candace is on coke. Well, you know what? She did seem a little riled up. I would say that's more caffeine and Red Bull, Monster. She might be drinking that poison. Doesn't seem like coke. I don't know. I was a bouncer. I spent time in the club scene. I know that look because you look for it. And then you guys know all the Hollywood movies. Some of them get it right. Some of them go way too over the top. It is more subtle. It's not like some of these comedy. You guys seen these comedies where all the cokeheads are just over the top crazy. Like I think there's what is that? Super Bad. There's like a character. She's like, man, yeah, I love you, man. And like they're just want to fight everyone. It's a little over the top, but there is a look in the eye that coked out feel. There is a look. I don't think Candace has that. I think she is hyped up on something, but I don't. That's just my gut telling me. But she's probably on something. She's probably on some caffeine kick. Yeah. But she's intense, man. She's intense. She's going through, man, what she's going through now, we gotta leave some space for how insane that has to be to have people coming at you every effing second of every day and still keep your shit together. And you're still saying stuff like, I'm just trying to figure out who killed the guy. That's all. Just let me do that. Can't we just try and figure out who killed him? Are we really going to go with this Lee Harvey Oswald, Tyler Robinson, Patsy bullshit? Really? Like, really? You guys can't think that we're going to buy that shit. I think that's an honest place she's starting there. I don't know about all the other stuff. We can debate it, but whatever you got to do to get through it, Candace, whatever you got to do. Okay. Yeah, this is absolutely insane, man. Animus, thanks for tuning in as always. Everybody thank Trump for all the killing that's going to happen. Wow. It's wow. What can you say? What can you effing say at this point? Man. All right, let's do a couple more because I do have to wrap the show up here soon, and I got to do one more segment for you guys. We're gonna do loudest voice for you guys today. So let me Oh, this is very true about, thank you for this. Alex Karp squirms in his seat when confronted. You want to talk about a cokehead? This guy, I would say, if you want to get that look, that's a look, and he can't sit still. He's always doing this. And that's when he's not being confronted. When he gets confronted, he is the biggest squirmer there is. That guy has some effing problems. But I would say, if I were to say somebody's on coke, I'd say it's Alex Karp. So thank you for that one. Oh, I love this. The drones are the new pitchfork. Yep. Okay. Couple more, and we'll put the rest of you guys up on the end for sure. For sure. Yeah, don't look into the abyss. It will be looking back. Stump. Yeah, thank you again, and thank you for tuning in, man. Really appreciate it. Let's see. We'll do a few more, and then we'll get on to the next segment for you guys. Okay. Yeah, workers always get screwed. Workers always get screwed. Of course. Thanks for that. Oh man, guys. And then we covered some of the Freemason stuff. And yeah, Mormon, I knew that. And this is little wisdom. Thanks for this. But we were trying to connect the dots on in the US, what is the biggest massive church in the US? And it is the Church of Latter-day Saints. It is the Mormon Church. And it was started by the same people who started Zionism around the same time. The story of Joseph Smith going up the mountain. We got to protect the chosen ones. That's the Book of Mormon. It's all in there. We got to protect the chosen ones. And it's the same. And so Zionism was created at the same time, exactly the same time, really. If you look at the timeline, right in those 1800-ish times, there was a particular decade. I don't have the year on the top of my head, but it was in the same like 10 or 20 year period time. And it was the same group that created both. And that was the Freemasons. They created both at the same time. Mormons, the Mormon Church, right? And Zionism. So there it is. And I don't know if a lot of Jews know this about their history, because you don't necessarily need to know that if you're Jewish and you follow Judaism and you don't live in Israel, you live somewhere else on the planet. You don't necessarily need to know the origins of Zionism. It's not really your concern if you're not part of that ethno state, if you're not part of that apartheid state. You could theoretically stay out of that and not know that, but it's good to know. It's good for all of us to have this information, even if it doesn't really have anything to do with what you signed up for your religion for. Why did you sign up for religion? Why did you sign? We talk about religion on the show a lot. Why did you sign up for your religion? Why? Do you get something? Do you get something from it? I guess you have to, right? You have to get something from it. You don't just do it because you have to do it, unless you're underage or you're at a point where you're still trying to impress family members and you feel like you'll let them down if you don't show up. We get that, but like you're an adult, you don't have, you do it because you get something from it, right? Just be careful. Be careful with religion, just like be careful with, like the candy bar you're going to eat or the piece of cake it feels good, but just know there might be some consequences if you just, don't dive in too deep, keep your head straight. Get what you can out of it. Have a good maybe it's like a glass of wine, right? Maybe it's like a glass of wine. I don't mean to say birthday cake. How about you're going to have a glass of wine with dinner? Great. Feels good. It goes down nice. You get a nice, you get a nice feel, and then you're all good, right? So just be cool with that one glass and just know that you might, if you go too far, something crazy might happen. Like you might be, somebody might use the thing you just did for a good time or to feel good. It might be used against you by somebody who knows what you just did. They know, so they can use, religions can be used against you, your emotions, and saying you're on God's side and we have to go do God's work. And it's okay to kill people because it's in this particular scripture at this let's be cool. Let's say, wait a minute. How did we get like that? How did we say that we're going to battle and judgment day's coming and all that? It's pretty wild. And if we don't do this or that, we're going to burn in eternal damnation. I mean, let's just, take a moment and go, am I getting this right? Is this scripture that I study? Is this accurate? Or did somebody go in there and F up a few pages? Was there a map that said Palestine and then now it doesn't? Who did that? What? Why would you take the thing out of the thing? Why was that done? So just be careful. Know what you're going into if you're going to sign up. That's all. That's just my advice to you guys. We'll do one more and then I'll throw some stuff up at the end for you guys. Okay. We will. Here we go. I did not. Okay. We'll just get one up here and we'll call it. This is good. Mary Ploppins, we always appreciate you tuning into the show. The U.S. has number 1 and 2 highest infant and maternal mortality. Wow. Among peer countries. Infant and maternal mortality. Wow. The mother and the infant. The number 1 and 2 highest. I wonder why. No, I really wonder why. Why is that? Whatever it is, we have to look at it. We have to know that we're doing something wrong here. We're doing something wrong. But at least more people woke up right now than ever before. And we are skeptical. More people are skeptical than ever before. And that at least is a good place to start. Okay. Oh, I never changed the banner back. Okay, well, I'm going to get that banner back, and we're going to just jump right into it, guys. The last segment of the day. Yeah, we gotta jump into this. Okay. Here we go. It's time for Loudest Voice. This is a good one. This is a real good one, guys. I set this one up. It's actually okay. Here we go. Time for the final segment of Tuesday. We usually do these on Thursdays, but we got so much planned for Thursday, so I got to get right to this. Okay. Like 3 big guests coming on. It's going to be pretty cool. Thursday is going to be pretty badass. So, let's do Loudest Voice right now. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. We usually use this time to celebrate a big moment, a big pushback, a big reveal, a big exposing. Let's go with that last one. We're going to do some exposing. And in this case, and we've done this before, the loudest voice is going to go to somebody who is exposing themselves. These moments are just as important as when somebody gets exposed by someone else. But every once in a while, they do it to themselves. So what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about anti-war activism. It's appropriate right now. And there's been a lot of critique at people like Joe Kent. We say, oh, is this controlled opposition? Is he controlled opposition? Is he coming out just at the right time to tell us Iran war is bad because Israel? Is there something he's leading us to? Is he Pied Pipering us somewhere? Those are great. Those are legitimate questions. He's not who's the loudest voice today, but I'm going to start with Joe Kent just to show you. And it could be controlled opposition. It could be real, but it's at least it's good to see people looking in the camera, putting this on their Twitter feed and telling you, do something about stopping the Iran war. So we'll start with Joe Kent, and then we're going to go to who really exposed themselves, because we can talk all day about how authentic Joe is or not. But what he's saying in this is pretty pertinent, and it actually gives you something you can do about it rather than just complain.
This week, President Trump will be under immense pressure to commit ground troops to the war in Iran. This would be a catastrophic escalation that will only result in more bloodshed and further escalate this disastrous war. It is critical that we, the people, have our voices heard. Contact the White House comment line, contact the Congressional Switchboard, ask for your representative, ask for your senators. Respectfully tell them that we do not support putting any boots on the ground in Iran. This is how we, the people, can have our voices heard. It's critical that we pray for peace, but it's also critical that we work towards peace. Respectfully contact your elected officials and let them know we, the people, do not support this war. Thank you. God bless.
And then he goes and he puts his information where you can actually call a line. You actually can participate. So again, we can talk all day about how sincere this is or not, but he's actually telling us you can do something about it. Great. I'm okay with that piece of the puzzle. We're going to keep an eye on Joe Kent. We're going to make sure, what's he going to tell us to do next? It's important to be skeptical of that. So let's celebrate that he's doing this, and we'll stay on that. On another note, we have people like Tulsi Gabbard. I'm not going to cut to a clip from her, but you guys know we covered this before, where Tulsi was absolutely silent. Joe Kent has asked for her to do something like he's done, asked for her to resign, do something, because she was silent. She wouldn't say a damn word. Then she came into a committee hearing and she lied to us. She told us the exact thing that was the opposite of what we wanted her to do when she went in. And she was part of that Trump team. She was part of that Maha movement, the MAGA movement that was going to embrace former Democrats, people that could come in and be anti-war, anti-regime change. One of the things that she coined was, we're against regime change wars. We're against these things. But yet she's in there pretending that we had a right to do this thing with Iran. And her whole messaging was what? Was that Trump gets to make the decision. My job isn't actually a job. She sounded like Michael Madsen in the middle of the Kill Bill film, where the strip club owner said, wait, are you telling me that your job isn't necessary, that you don't do anything? So why should I have you come in at all? Why should we have Tulsi Gabbard come in at all? You just told us in a committee hearing, you just told us on the Senate floor, you told us that your job doesn't matter because Trump's going to do what he's going to do anyway. So why are you even there? Well, look, that was revealing enough. But here's someone who hasn't been mentioned enough in this discussion. We talk about him in the Maha movement. We talk about RFK Jr. and all the things he's let us down. Even when he gets a little win, it seems like it gets recounted, right? It seems like the judge says, whatever RFK just did, I'm going to overturn it. So even the little wins from RFK, nothing really happens. Mini win here, mini win there, and then we have to undo the win. That's the story of RFK Jr. when it comes to the medical freedom movement and make America healthy again. That's been his story. But what does it say about RFK Jr., who hasn't had to go in to the Senate floor since he got the confirmation? He hasn't having to go in there and be held accountable for Iran. Nobody's asking RFK Jr. about Iran. He doesn't have to take questions about Iran. The director of national intelligence has to take questions about Iran. So that's why no one's talking about RFK Jr. But here's the big reveal. He wasn't forced to do anything. He didn't stay silent when he should have spoken up. He didn't give us I'm out, now let me Piper you over here like Joe Kent. He did something far worse and far more revealing. And this is why we're giving RFK Jr. the loudest voice of the week. I'm going to play you this clip. And this is the most revealing we've seen of him, I would say, in his entire career. That's what I'm saying. It may be because I'm very upset about seeing this. He has some greatest hits on the list for sure. Greatest reveal moments. I got to go with the Crystal and Sagar one where he says Palestinians. And we had somebody had commented earlier in the show, the quote, Palestinians are the most pampered people on the planet. He said some very revealing things in the past. But this right now, in this moment, talking about his dad and his uncle being proud. Well, you guys hear it on your own. This is RFK Jr. right now telling us out loud what's really going on. He's revealing everything, and he's not even being forced to do it. That's how bad it is.
I'm going to add one more, and I know I just have to ask this. If your dad were alive today, what would he say about you and what you've done?
I mean, everything that I've done in my life and the choices I made in my career are choices that I think my father and my uncle would support. I think that if they were around today, that they would be making the same kind of choices that President Trump is about Iran, about Ukraine, about trying to raise up the middle class. You know, I'll tell you something that, well, I grew up in a Democratic Party when the Democrats owned 30% of the wealth and the Republicans owned 70% of the wealth. And today, it's exactly the inverse. The Democrats own 70% of the wealth and the Republicans own 30% of the wealth. And the Democrats are no longer on the side of the middle class. They're contemptful of it.
Why is he talking about Democrats and Republicans? I thought he went independent. Do you guys remember he went independent? He said both parties are bullshit. Why is he lying about this? Who cares? What do you mean? Republicans don't have, Democrats have all the control. We got to give power back to the Republicans. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You were supposed to be independent. What are you talking about? Oh, but you haven't heard the worst part. You haven't heard the worst part. It's coming up right here. I saved the best for last, guys. Here we go.
And President Trump is completely committed to farmers, to firemen, to police, to people who are working in this country. And, you know, that was the Democratic constituency that I grew up with.
Well, I want to.
Wait a minute. Did we get the whole thing? Hold on. Hold on a second. Did we get the whole thing? Did she ask the thing? Hold on. I got to get this right.
Choice that I think my father and
yeah, this was. Let me just play that one more time. So you guys, if you guys missed it, because I was shuffling. I'm gonna play the beginning one more time. Hear it one more time and try to register what he's giving away here.
If your dad were alive today, what would he say about you and what you've done?
I mean, everything that I've done in my life and the choices I made in my career are choices that I think my father and my uncle would support. I think that if they were around today, that they would.
Why didn't he just stop there? Just say, I think my dad and my uncle would have supported all of my choices. Fine. We don't really believe that, but just if you want to believe that they support your choices, fine. Why didn't you just end there? Why do you got to say the next thing?
You know, they would be making the same kind of choices that President Trump is about Iran, about Ukraine, about.
Really? Why do you have to bring President Trump's policy of annihilating the Middle East on behalf of Israel into the equation about whether your dad or your uncle would be proud? That's not, no, absolute way, no way. And you know that. You effing know that. They would never say they were proud of this shit. If by chance Trump got in and actually did the peace president stuff that he campaigned on, maybe you can make the case. If he actually ended the Ukraine war and ended the genocide and said, F you Netanyahu, and didn't kidnap Maduro, didn't do those things, didn't go around raining bombs and murdering innocent schoolgirls, then you could maybe make the case they'd be proud. But why are you volunteering that? She didn't ask you about Trump. You brought it up and you're revealing something, and we're done with this, Crip. We're done with this one. You're revealing something that is so effing obvious at this point. It's so effing obvious. You're telling us you weren't even forced to do it like Tulsi. You just told us that nothing you're saying has any credential, any merit at all. And you're just trying not to avoid an outcome like your dad and your uncle. That's the whole point. You would rather not get a bullet in your head for doing the right thing than lying the rest of your way into some sort of weird I don't know what legacy you think that's going to leave you, but you won't have a bullet in your head. Okay. Good job with that. But that you're telling us, nobody forced you to say that. You brought Trump up. It's salt on a wound at this point. Maha didn't work. All right. It was a disaster. Why are you talking about Iran? That's not your job as Health and Human Services. That's not your effing job. So we know what's going on here. We've seen the signs. You didn't have to do this. You didn't have to tweet out that the number one health problem in college campuses right now is what? Anti-Semitism. So we already know that tweet went out. This is definitely on the top 3 of big reveals, but especially right now. I might put this as the number 1 big reveal because you did this on your own. Nobody asked you, and you're going to talk about your uncle and your father. You're going to relate it to Trump's policy of annihilating Iran and murdering schoolgirls, and you still think that the Palestinians are the most pampered people on the planet. No critique on Israel. Your dad and your uncle are literally rolling in their grave right now. RFK Jr., you get this week's loudest voice of the week. Okay, that should do it for today's show. I'm going to go ahead and let me just thank everybody that was participating. We had some of our mods on there. We know Gabrielle came on in. We saw you on there, Leslie. We appreciate all that. Jay Scott, Craig Pasta Jardula, great conversations, great topics today. Love you both. We're going to be back here on Thursday for our big show. We're gonna be hitting out of the park with 2 or 3 guests. I think we're gonna at least be having 2 of them. I know Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. We're hooking up an interview with her with Jay. It's a follow-up. We've had her on before. It might be on Thursday. It might be later on. But if it is, that'll be 3 big guests. It will be Dr. Mary. We got Jake GTV coming in. We also have Sergeant Brian McGinnis, who is one of the biggest anti-war activists now running for office, along with Tony Aguilar. He had his arm broken. You guys know he had his arm broken by the senator when he did his big resistant protest disruption in the Congress. So he'll be on. So it's a big ass show. Don't miss it. So go ahead and sign up for the subscriptions. You hit the button so you can get notifications when we go live on Thursday. So we're very excited about that. Great show, guys. We really appreciate. Remember, when you go out in the world, always go out with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. We're going to leave you guys with, on the outro, this is, we promised this to Citizen earlier. It's going to be the Lego AI, one vengeance for all, one of the best ones we've seen come out of Iran. There's probably going to be some more coming, but this one's a really nice one to end on. So have fun with this Lego AI right from Iran, and we'll see you guys next time. I'll say it one more time. Courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass. It's the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news. Remember, it's, what is it? Power to the people and free Palestine. We'll see you next time.